Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to call to order the council meeting of Monday, May 12, 2025, and we'll start with a playing of the national anthem, and please stand if you're able. Councillor Potts will assist us this afternoon with the reading of the land acknowledgement.
For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabeg, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you. I'll just mention that Councillor Perry has sent in his regrets for today's meeting, and also that Executive Director Peg is our acting CAO this week. The recommendation before Council under item 3 is this, that the content of the Council Committee of the Whole agenda for May 12, 2025 be adopted as amended, and there's 4 amendments. Item 6.2, School Board Trustee Deputation, removed. Item 12.6, addition of consent item, re-Collingwood input, re-strong Mayor Powers. Item 15.2.3, which is P 2025-14, Servicing Capacity Allocation Policy, 2025 Comprehensive Review, Staff Report and Recommendations been added. And lastly, item 15.2.4, T 2025-06 is the 2024 Draft Financial Review. There's a staff report and recommendation added. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Doherty, seconded by Councillor Baines. And would you like to make a change? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I would like to just note 2 additions to the agenda, and that is under item 14.1, County Council composition during motions. I will be requesting deferring of it and explain when the time comes. The second item is that under 15 old business, I would like to include 15.5.2, which is further discussion of strong mayor powers. Thank you.
I think that, you mean it would be 15.2.7? No. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, got it. All right. Would the mover and seconder accept that? Yes, thank you. Okay, all those in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest today? If you find yourself in that position, please let me know in the meeting. Community announcements. We'll start with the Deputy Mayor today.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I have three. But first, I would just like to say thank you to everyone who voted in our recent federal election. Political circumstances and outcome aside, I was so very pleased with the almost 70% nationally, the highest in over 30 years, and as well locally, Simcoe Gray's 72%. From a Collingwood perspective, I am anticipating that the increased interest will buoy our municipal participation in 2026. I am taking some comfort in that because a lingering thought this term has been, how can we as council help reverse the lower municipal participation level of 2022? We all know there was a significant 8% drop from 2018 for various reasons, but these latest results, in my opinion, bode well for our upcoming voting process considerations, which are coming up shortly. I'd like to extend council's appreciation to Larry Law and all the organizers, including the pastors of the churches within our area, for the civic prayer gathering. Most of us were able to attend on Friday, May 9th at the Bear Estate. It was the 9th annual event, bringing together local civil leaders as well as ourselves from Clearview, Wasaga Beach, and Town of Blue Mountains, to be recognized along with many of our area's vital first responders for their community, for the community service work we all perform. The early 6:45 a.m. start time does not dampen the spirit of the group who gather. In fact, it is such a positive and uplifting vibe that one gets from the recognition of our service that it's a great kickoff to our day. I was able to express on behalf of all councils our heartfelt appreciation to Larry Law and his organizers for their commitment to provide the uplifting sentiment to us. Later in that, on Friday morning, I was pleased to be able to bring congratulations along with Councillors Jeffrey, Potts, Ring, Baines, and Perry to Melissa and John Fodden, the current owners and operators, on the 80th anniversary of their Stuart Ellis Pharmacy. We recognize the storied success of what Mr. Ellis, one of Collingwood's key forefathers, put in place in 1945. Stuart established a family community-minded business that had a customer-first focus, and that template has carried forward with first Jean and Ricky Pea and then their daughter, Leslie, as owners-operators for over 40 years before the Foddens. Milestones such as this reflect long-term success so well for the business itself, but it is also a glowing indicator of how supportive the Collingwood community is of its local independent business owners. So kudos for everyone on the 80th anniversary of one of Collingwood's premier businesses. Want to extend 90th birthday wishes to one of Collingwood's longtime community leaders and volunteers, Bing Jowett. I had hoped to get to a surprise party on Saturday, but had a family matter come up, and I just wanted to wish him, on behalf of council, a great 90th birthday. Thank you, Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. So I, too, did enjoy so much the civic prayer on Friday morning. You always leave it a little bit lighter and uplifted and ready to keep going with what we have on our plates. And it was funny. I was able to tell, actually, Doug Paul, Leslie's husband, that I'm a 70-year customer of Stuart Ellis. I wasn't, the first 10 years wasn't because of the service. It's because I wasn't born yet. So. And then had the opportunity to say congratulations to Jim Ironside, who is enjoying a retirement from his law practice and the grand reopening of Barriston Law. And then very much looking forward this Wednesday to my meeting with the Collingwood Climate Action Team and having them present to me and discuss with me some of their upcoming initiatives. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to say thank you to all of staff for their excellent cooperation and presentation of an awesome conference 2 weeks ago. It does take a village, I think, to put on a good conference. And we had participation of Parks and Rec, clerk services, customer services, heritage, the museum. It couldn't have been done without the cooperation of all of those staff, and the feedback that I received from the various attendees was fabulous. So thank you, heartfelt thanks from the executive of OSOM and myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I got one announcement coming from the Collingwood Clippers. Naomi Patterson, a dedicated swim parent, volunteer, and leader, has been named Swimming Canada's Volunteer of the Year for 2024. It's an extreme honor recognizing her unwavering commitment to the sport. As president of the Collingwood Clippers and chair of the Huronia region, she played a crucial role in shaping the swimming landscape in her community. At the heart of the Collingwood Clippers Swim Club is a community that feels more like a family. Former swimmers still cherish their old Clippers gear. Young siblings eagerly wait for their turn to join. And even in new puppies sport the purple Clippers collars and team pride. These little moments woven together are what make the club so special. And at the center of it all is Naomi Patterson. Her dedication was previously recognized by Swim Ontario in September of 2024 with the Gordon Otto Memorial Award for Outstanding Volunteerism. And as well, we all know Naomi was presented in early 2025 with the Order of Collingwood. So on behalf of Council, congratulations to Naomi for this wonderful achievement. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. Just to touch on, before I get into my announcements, I guess they're all on the same topic, affordable housing. I, too, was at the OSOM conference, and I think that we touched on it last meeting, but I just wanted to make sure that we didn't forget to give a shout out to the panelists that put on a super presentation on behalf of the town of Collingwood and with what we're doing in the affordable housing. And housing coordinator Claire D'Souza is an excellent speaker and organizer, and we're very fortunate to have her. Along with her was Affordable Housing Task Force, Mark Shabonetti, member, and our own Councillor Doherty, and they put on probably one of the better presentations of the week. So I'd just like to shout out for that. And what I was going to say is I'd just like the public to join the Collingwood Affordable Task Force in celebrating YIMBY Week on May 18th to the 24th. YIMBY stands for Yes in My Backyard, and it's a social movement which is on the rise across the country. Redwood Park Communities is leading the initiative, which is also supported by Simcoe County. The YIMBY movement recognizes that everybody should have a safe, affordable place to call home. Unfortunately, in some neighborhoods, the Collingwood Affordable Housing Master Plan identified opposition to affordable housing and rental housing intensification and increased density. On May 20th at 4 p.m. at the Collingwood Public Library, community flag, the YIMBY flag raising will be held to start the awareness week. The awareness campaign, sorry. The public is invited to join the Affordable Housing Task Force for the kickoff at the Collingwood Talks Housing Series on May 21st, starting at 6 p.m. sharp to 8 p.m. on the third floor of the community B and C rooms at the Collingwood Public Library. The discussion will focus on shifting the community conversation from NIMBY, not in your backyard, to YIMBY, yes in my backyard, which positively impacts our housing needs. Register to participate by visiting www.collingwood.ca/housing or by calling 705-445-1033. Finally, on May 24th at 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Farmers Market on the corner of Pine and 2nd Street, please drop by the Town of Collingwood booth to meet with the town staff, council members and representatives of the Affordable Housing Task Force to find out all the exciting things that are being done to try to alleviate the affordable housing crisis that we are experiencing in the town of Collingwood. And that's my announcements.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. 2 items today. First of all, to everyone in Collingwood, remember May is Museum Month. And for that actual cause to celebrate and promote the museum, you are encouraged to go online, either at Engage Collingwood or directly with the museum's website, and fill out their survey. We all get better by being evaluated, if you will, and this evaluation is important for the museum and its future. So I heartily implore everyone to go on and fill that out. In addition, I'd like to announce that this coming Thursday, May the 15th, at the Alpine Ski Club, Raheel Raza, a noted and renowned Muslim speaker, is bravely taking a stand against extremism and anti-Semitism. His speech will be lasting from 7:30 till 9, again at Alpine Ski Club this Thursday, May the 15th. This is sponsored by the Southern Georgian Bay Jewish community, and he's a noted speaker. And if anyone wishes to attend, you can go to Eventbrite and get a ticket. So that's my statement for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCulloch.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one. I had the pleasure of subbing in for the mayor last weekend at an event at the library, which was the Magic of Children in the Arts. They had over 1,500 pieces of art on display that had been created by school-aged children, elementary school kids. And I was not aware of the program, but found it incredibly impressive. They're filling a gap where schools don't have the resources to provide art programs within the school. So they teach this within grade 3, 6, and 8, and have quite qualified artists go in to deliver the program. So I thought that was excellent. Enjoyed it thoroughly.
Well, thank you, and thank you for going. I'll just mention one thing. Last Friday, there was a meeting of the Ontario Auto Mayors in Guelph, and these meetings take place about every 6 months, depending on what's happening. Always informative. There was about 20 mayors there, and I'm invited because we have 4 businesses, I'm sure council's aware, in town that are doing business as auto parts suppliers. So we had very interesting discussion. Of course, it was about tariffs primarily, and we had a number of very knowledgeable individuals from that sector speaking to us, and we also had some roundtable discussion. And we're also blessed with having Minister Flack and the Premier in attendance. So that, anyway, it was a really good session. I was glad I was able to go, and I'm glad the municipalities are talking in one voice as we move forward on some of these thorny issues. I also mentioned I cornered Minister Flack after the meeting because they were just all milling around. Why not? Just to say, you know, I really wasn't feeling really good about the strong mayor powers, and that a number of the mayors I could see in our region, at least, I felt were being shamed into saying they didn't need them or want them. And then I just stared at him. And what he said was that he wasn't entirely happy with how things had been rolled out, but there'd be more information coming. And so lo and behold, the next business day, which was today, we had a press release, and there'll be much more legislation coming that will I'll say require municipalities to step up on the planning front, on the building code front, on the development charge front, on providing infrastructure, on providing transit, all for the purpose of providing housing. So the only reason I thought these powers were introduced, and I mentioned this at the first council meeting, is they're trying to put responsibility somewhere for housing. But I hadn't dreamt of all of this. But this is now my thought, and I'm looking for greater guidance from the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing on exactly how this is going to roll out and how municipalities can help with all of this. So I just thought I'd share my thoughts on that. Okay, so the first deputation today, we are so pleased to welcome Michael Lacroix, the CEO of our hospital, and Jory Pritchard-Kerr, soon to be outgoing Chair of the foundation. Is that chair? You chair? I always.
No, CEO.
CEO of the
Chair's my
foundation,
boss.
2 CEOs. Okay, we're blessed. So I know you have a presentation and it's just being pulled up now.
Good morning, or good afternoon, everyone. So good afternoon. My name is Michael LaCroix. I'm the president and CEO of the Collingwood General Marine Hospital. I am up here today with Jory Pritchett-Kerr, who's the president and CEO of the Collingwood Hospital Foundation. And we're very excited today to talk to you about Tomorrow is Built Today, which is the hospital's 5-year strategic plan and is also the same name as our very ambitious capital campaign to build South Georgian Bay's new state-of-the-art hospital. So before we spend time talking about the hospital of the future, we thought we'd start with the hospital of today. We have a lot going on in our very cramped corridors, but as you know, in this room, we serve one of the fastest growing regions, not only in the province, but across Canada. And you can see here our service catchment area of the town of Collingwood, town of Wasaga Beach, Clearview Township, the town of Blue Mountains, and as well as some areas of the Grey Highlands. So on the next slide, how this really translates into volumes that we're seeing today, it's really a lot of growth. And you can see on this slide, this is our hospital today, our team, our impact from employees, physicians, midwives, and dentists, and volunteers. So Team CGMH, we're encroaching on 1,200 teammates. We have right now 84 beds. This year alone, we're seeing our emergency visits go up 8%. So last fiscal year ended March 31st, and we are just under 40,000 visits, which is the most visits we've had here at Collingwood General Marine Hospital. We're seeing patient days increase as a result. We're seeing our diagnostic imaging increase as well. So there's a lot of activity, and you can see on the breakdown here, this is sort of the town of Collingwood's by the numbers. You can see the number of babies delivered, 162, over 1,400 emergency visits out of those 40,000. So we're a busy, bustling hospital. So if we take a step back and look to the future, the next slide really highlights that future hospital. And it will be a beautiful hospital on a 32-acre donated site out in and around the Poplar Side Road area. It'll be 132 beds. All beds would be private, so designed for enhanced privacy, comfort, improved infection prevention and control. We'll have new services like inpatient rehab, which will provide intensive, short-term, non-specialized rehab for patients with diverse medical needs. We'll have the opportunity to expand some of our specialty clinics and programs. A couple examples of that include an oncology satellite program, which will be a partnership with Royal Victoria and Barrie, new pain management, new heart function clinics. This new building will allow us to do more for our residents of South Georgian Bay. Additionally, we'll be doubling up of our surgical services and our diagnostic imaging to really increase capacity in both of those areas to improve timelier access to care. And last but not least, we have the ability to be that epicenter of training and interprofessional learning. So having an interprofessional education and innovation center built into the new hospital is something that we're all quite excited about. In fact, we're not even waiting for tomorrow for that to happen. I'll get into that in a second. But it will feature a high-fidelity simulation labs, cutting-edge technology to really advance healthcare training and collaboration. So on the next slide, as I said earlier, Tomorrow is Built Today is the name of our new strategic plan. None of what I just spoke to happens overnight. We have to move forward in a stepwise fashion, and that's really what our next 5 years is going to look like through our strategic plan. It's the building blocks of getting to tomorrow, starting today. So on the next slide, it really starts to highlight the 3 areas of focus that the hospital is focusing on over the next 5 years. The first is to elevate quality through best practice. So having a focus on enhancing the patient and family experience, also advance patient safety and access to care. So how do we know we're going to be successful? Well, in 2030, in 5 years from now, we'll have increased patient and family satisfaction. We'll have met and exceeded provincial wait times for surgery, for diagnostic imaging, for emergency care. We'll be featured and recognized as a best practice spotlight organization, and we'll have introduced new programs and services. So one of the ones that we're very excited to introduce this fall is the new MRI service. The second priority for us is to develop a high-performing and inspired team. Just on the next slide. And some of the sub-priorities there are to help strengthen our culture. We have a very strong culture now, but we know that we can do more as a collective for the betterment of our patients, to invest in our CGMH team members, to scale up our workforce. The new workforce of tomorrow is about double the size of the workforce we have today. So a lot of planning has to go into that. So how we define success, by 2030, we'll have high levels of team engagement and satisfaction. We'll have attracted and also retained high-performing and inspired team members. We'll have implemented organizational development programs for leadership development, customer service, clinical skill set development, and change management. And we'll have a robust strategy for recruitment and retention today and also into the future. And last but not least, the third pillar of our strategic plan is to create capacity. A big part of this plan is to build that new state-of-the-art hospital, but we know that that's about 8 years away. So in the meantime, we need to find ways to expand existing programs and services. So success for us looks like in 2030 is that we'll have broken ground on that new hospital. In fact, we hope to do that in 2028. We'll also have increased space for some of our key clinical programs and services, emergency department, our ICU, inpatient capacity as examples. And we'll also expand key diagnostic services to meet the growing wait times. We're looking at doubling our mammography service. New CT has just been installed, MRI, as I mentioned earlier as well. On the last slide that I'm going to be speaking to, this is just really in addition to those three pillars, looking at what our foundational commitments. These are things that are always on, regardless of our strategic plan. They're areas of focus, they're lenses that we look through, health analytics and technology, health partnerships and community engagement, inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility, as well as financial and environmental sustainability. So at this time, I'd like to pass things over to Jory to talk about the exciting capital campaign.
Thank you, Mike. So thank you, excuse me very much. At the CGMH, we have an adage that we hold very true. We're out of space, but we are never out of hope. So as Mike explained, the strategic plan is designed to help the hospital get through the next 8 years until we move into the new building, or they move into the new building. Our fundraising campaign for South Georgian Bay's new hospital is about raising the capital today to build the hospital of tomorrow. It's a healthcare facility that will serve the people of South Georgian Bay for generations to come. Our vision for a new hospital builds upon the success of CGMH in providing exceptional care to more than 70,000 residents and millions of visitors and weekenders who enjoy the beauty of South Georgian Bay and depend on CGMH for care. As Collingwood and so many other municipalities face difficulty in recruiting physicians, we want you to know that CGMH excels at delivering excellent medical care in what we call a rural environment. Because we are an hour away from the next regional hospital, our teams are trained and ready to handle any emergency. And as Mike noted, we're focused on training the next generation of practitioners in the special skills required to provide top-notch medicine with less resources and infrastructures than would be found in urban centers. The new hospital will grow our ability to train with a specialized training and education center. With a larger facility, we can expand our existing programs and build new programs that will benefit all of us. But of course, this does not come for free. Next slide, please. So a new state-of-the-art healthcare facility will cost $1 billion or more. The provincial government will invest money to cover 90% of the construction costs, but they expect the people who will benefit from this facility to raise what they call the local share. And the local share consists of over $100 million. That's money that the ministry will not cover. So that's 10% of all construction costs, 100% of equipment and furnishings, 100% of site development costs. Tomorrow's Hospital campaign was launched publicly in April. It is the most ambitious and probably the most important campaign South Georgian Bay has ever seen, and it will take all of us to successfully reach that goal. Over $65 million has already been raised through generous donors, but we still have a ways to go. Next slide, please. We're so grateful to Council for the $4 million that you have already committed to this project. Thank you. And we'd like to thank you for your support of the 2017 request of Simcoe County for funding for the project, which resulted in a commitment of $20 million to the new hospital. Your financial support is an important investment in the hospital that Collingwood residents need and deserve. Thank you so much for that support. In closing, what we want you to know is it's the work we do today as a hospital and as a community that will give us the healthcare facilities required to serve our families, our friends, and our neighbors for generations to come. As a hospital and as a region, we need to make this project the very highest priority. Thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions you have. I think we made it.
Well, thank you so much for that update and sharing. So we have the first question from Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And it's actually not a question. First to Collingwood General Marine Hospital CEO Lacroix and to Foundation CEO Pritchard Kerr. Really appreciate the presentation of your updated strategic plan. As expected, it's a solid plan. So I only want to say well done on that. But my other comment would be that it's very evident in your presentation today that there's a high energy element with it that I'm so pleased to see. I'm not going to say that there hasn't always been high energy because there's nobody more higher energy than Jory. Okay. But I just feel like you've got that new vibe, which unfortunately over the last few years, it's been very difficult for your organization for a whole bunch of reasons. And so to see that coming out from you, I know it'll be permeating throughout your entire facility, and it's such a vital facility to our community. So I just want to say how happy I am for you and thank you for all your service in that regard. I'm also going to take the opportunity to personally thank Jory. As Mayor mentioned already, we know that in June, you'll be leaving the job. I'll never say that you're retiring because I know you well enough to know that full retirement's not going to happen for a long time. But I just wanted you to know how appreciative I am about everything you've done for the hospital and our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Baines.
Through you, Mayor, to Ms. Pritchard Kerr, excuse me. I have a money question, which is, if you're charged with raising 100 million, the 65 that you have, I assume, in pledges at this point.
Yes.
I won't say only a gap of 35 million, but is the 100 million on top of the 65, or is your gap at this point then 35?
Well, I guess it depends on who's doing the calculating. I look to my left here. Our original campaign goal was 100 million. We know now that the hospital will be much more expensive than had been originally thought. And so our goal is more than 100 million. So it's not another 100 million on top of the 65, but the way the 100 million was actually first calculated was based on a study we had done with our donors to determine what capacity South Georgian Bay had to support a hospital, and we were confident that $100 million could be raised. We first tested on 75 million, and what we heard from the community was, if you build on the existing site, you're going to have a hard time raising 75 million. If you build on a new site, you will have no problem raising 100 million. So we will continue raising. The actual cost of the hospital will be set through the RFP process, tendering process. So we'll know more then. But the hospital and the foundation are already talking about, if there's a gap, how that can be funded.
Thank you. No further question.
Thank you. Well, I have one question because, of course, I heard you say the new hospital will involve a doubling of your staff. And I'm just wondering how many additional people that is and whether you've given any thought to how much housing those people will need. As you know, we have a very robust affordable housing task force and a commitment from council. And to the extent we can make sure we're helping, we'd like to.
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's a question that we're just beginning to answer. So knowing we have a bit of time, all of this doesn't happen overnight. The programs and services don't grow overnight. However, as part of our strategic plan, we do want that robust strategy. And for it to be a robust strategy, we have to think of all the things, including housing as well, affordable housing. So absolutely looking forward to partner with this municipality and our other municipalities as well on trying to solve that challenge. And I think the opportunity here is this hospital will be a bit of that magnet. People will want to work in a nice, modern, state-of-the-art hospital. But also part of what we're looking at when developing a high-performing and inspired team is really creating that culture where people will want to work regardless if it's a brand new facility. So some of that work will absolutely start today as well.
Well, that's great. Thank you again so much for coming and for all the hard work you do for our region and our community. Yeah, thank you. Under 8.1, which is our next item, there's a recommendation that the minutes of the Council Committee of the Whole meeting held April 28, 2025, excluding the Committee of the Whole recommendations, and Council meeting held May 5, 2025, be approved as presented. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Potts, seconded by Councillor McCulloch. Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that's unanimous. Is there any business arising from previous minutes? I see none. The next recommendation is that the Committee of the Whole recommendations from its meeting held April 28, 2025, contained within the April 28, 2025 Council minutes, be hereby approved as presented. And there's two items. P 2025, that's for 180 Ontario Street, zoning bylaw amendment, and reports and minutes of other committees and boards. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Fryer, seconded by Councillor Doherty. Any comments on this? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. The next item is bylaws, and we have three. I think I'll read them in all together. The first one, bylaw number 2025-040, being a zoning bylaw amendment for lands addressed as 180 Ontario Street. Bylaw number 2025-041, being a bylaw to set the tax rates and to levy taxes for the year 2025. And thirdly, bylaw number 2025-042, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of the letter agreement for use of the provincial gas tax funds. Could I have a mover and a seconder for those three? Councillor Baines, seconded by Councillor McCulloch. Any comment on any of these? All those in favor? And that would be unanimous. Thank you. We have one departmental update today, and for this we're going to hear from Treasurer Graham and Manager Caden. This is on the asset manager plan. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I'm pleased to introduce Darish Ismaili. He is our consultant from Aspire. He'll be doing the presentation this afternoon, and Darish is actually in Norway right now, where he is a representative for Canada on the ISO standards for asset management standards. So he's quite qualified on the subject. So I will let Darish proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Darish. Thank you for joining us from Norway.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here. Okay, I will just get started by saying thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you to members of council for the opportunity to speak about the asset management plan and the feedback that has been received so far, as well as the next steps. This is a plan that spans across the infrastructure across the town of Collingwood and impacts many of the services that the community receives. And so it's really great to be able to speak on this today and provide an update and progress for the next steps. So if we could navigate to the next slide, please. So today we're going to cover off the goals and objective of the initiative that's underway to update the asset management plan, as well as the requirements from a regulatory perspective. We'll speak a little bit about the background of asset management as a refresher and for anybody that is new to asset management. And also then we will speak to some public engagement results around levels of service, which is one of the key concepts in asset management. And I'll provide some background on what I mean when I say levels of service. And then we'll conclude by highlighting some of the next steps. Next slide, please. The overall objective of the project is to meet, and in fact, actually the approach that's being followed will meet and exceed the requirements of Ontario Regulation 588/17 for asset management planning of municipal infrastructure. And that regulation requires developing proposed levels of service across all of the infrastructure, developing the life cycle management activities, so the activities undertaken on the assets to be able to provide that level of service, as well as developing financial requirements to achieve that level of service. And so all municipalities across the province are required to meet this regulation by July 1st. Next slide. So the scope of the project and the key outcomes that we're aiming to achieve is, one, to meet the regulatory requirement. As part of that, we'll be reviewing the capital and operating budgets and essentially developing scenarios for investment of the infrastructure to align with those proposed levels of service and understand what the impact is of various financial scenarios. As part of that, there's reviewing the asset register and the associated strategies, as well as then working with staff to essentially develop the processes and practices to continue to update and develop the asset management plan, as well as the various scenarios that are part of it. And another big component is integrating growth into a comprehensive financial strategy. So at the end of this provides that big picture for the assets in the short, medium, and long term. Next slide, please. So just taking a step back to when we say asset management, what we mean. An asset is essentially an item or a thing or entity that has potential or actual value to an organization. And that could be tangible, like a road or a water main, or another associated asset like that, a park, for example, or it could be intangible. And some examples of intangible assets could be data and records. For the most part, for this asset management plan and the regulation, it's focused primarily on the tangible assets. Asset management is really the coordinated activity of the organization to realize value from the assets. And there's a description there that goes into a bit more detail, but fundamentally, I always like to think that asset management is about trying to make the best possible decision about how to manage assets. Next slide, please. So there's been many steps from both a regulatory lens as well as actually from a funding perspective that have advanced asset management in Ontario and actually has led to Ontario being really at the forefront of asset management globally. So first, there was the Walkerton inquiry, and out of that became requirements for full cost accounting of water infrastructure. In 2012, there was the Municipal Infrastructure Investment Initiative that required having asset management plans in place to be eligible for the funding. In 2016, there were requirements under the Federal Gas Tax Fund and the Infrastructure for Jobs and Prosperity Act. And then in 2017 to 2025, the Municipal Asset Management Regulation, OREG 588/17, has been enacted across Ontario. And on the next slide, I'll describe some of the key steps in developing that regulation. So July 1st, there was a requirement to develop asset management plans for all of the water, wastewater, stormwater, and transportation assets. By July 1st, 22nd, there was a requirement then for the plans to be expanded for non-core assets or all of the other assets associated with municipal service delivery. 2024, there was a requirement to have that full plan in place. In 2025, there's a requirement to have proposed levels of service. And sorry, I should have said 2024, there was a requirement for levels of service to be defined. And 2025 is requiring levels of service to be defined into the future. So the proposed levels of service and the strategies to be able to get there. There's several requirements that will be ongoing beyond July 1st, 2025. That is that the asset management plans are required to be updated every 5 years, that they must be endorsed and approved by a resolution passed by Municipal Council, and that every municipal council shall conduct an annual review of asset management progress on or before July 1st in each year. And so this is the requirements under OREG 58817 moving forward beyond this July 1st deadline. Next slide, please. So I mentioned levels of service a few times, and that's one of the core components of the next update requirement for the asset management plans. And when I think of levels of service, I always like to think of the hotel analogy, for example. So we know that there's a star system to describe the level of quality or service of hotels, and generally it's commonly known that a 5-star hotel may provide a higher level of service or a higher quality of service, let's say, than say a 3-star hotel. And typically there's an understanding that there's a price differential between those service levels. And the same can be said about services provided with infrastructure. And through levels of service, our goal is to quantify that. And we want to, across each of the individual service, quantify the current service that's being provided, and then look at what the expectations are or desired or proposed levels of service are into the future, and then develop a plan to work towards that. Next slide, please. And like I said, there is a cost associated with that. There's in fact a cost associated with just maintaining the current level of service as a result of increasing costs, whether that's supply chain related, inflationary factors. But what we try to do with level of service is understand what is the cost to be able to enhance certain measures. So let's say there's an expected level of service to increase the condition or the quality or the design standards of a particular type of service or asset. We would then look at what that cost differential is. And, if you think of it from the analogy that there's a good level of service, in some cases there's a better, and in some cases there's a best. And what we try to do through the asset management planning process is model what that looks like and really articulate and understand what the cost impact is over the long term. Next slide, please. Now, with this, we really want to try and find the right balance between cost, risk, and service. So there's multiple perspectives to look at this, and levels of service is one of the components. The other component is risk management. There's looking at strategic priorities of the organization and the community, and then also affordability being a key factor. And when we look at levels of service as well, we will typically look across each of the individual services and determine whether there's a target to decrease, which is an option, whether the target is to maintain, or whether the target is to increase. And then we look at the financial scenarios to be able to do that. And in terms of developing options, we use multiple data points. So the survey that we will be speaking to in a moment is one of the data points, but there's engagement with the subject matter experts across the town, as well as industry best practices as well. Next slide, please. And this is an example, it's a lot of information, I apologize for that, but this is the example of the structure of a level of service framework. So we start on the left of the screen there with the asset category or service category, which we could start with transportation. We then define key attributes. So in a way, these are rolled up characteristics. So reliability being one of them. Often it could be related to accessibility, quality, sustainability of a service. And essentially it's a way to broadly categorize the attribute or the desired outcome. We then define statements, and so you can see some examples there. So we may say that all road surfaces are maintained to minimize uneven surfaces and provide a comfortable ride quality. And often these are described in terms that are easily understandable from the average person and really presented in that way that's understandable. And then we have performance measures, and sometimes these can get more technical. Maybe they're looking in sometimes at the engineering terms like condition indexes and other aspects like that. But we essentially define performance measures for each individual attribute to be able to then describe and measure and quantify the levels of service. So you can see some examples there. So some of them are around condition and the percentage of assets that are within certain condition thresholds, and that's measured or assessed. Or it could be related to quantity. So you can see some examples there around percentage of roadways with bicycle lanes, or roadways with sidewalks on both sides. And our goal is, through this process, is to document the current state for each of these, as well as the target. Next slide, please. And then that rolls into a financial plan. And within the financial plan, essentially it looks at the cost impact of providing that level of service. And typically there's multiple options that are assessed. And then also looks at the funding strategies to be able to get there. And through that process, the outcome is a recommended strategy. There's multiple options and then a recommended strategy that balances the various priorities. And typically that would consider various aspects like the budget, the revenue streams, any of the associated fees, as well as various funding mechanisms to be able to support that level of service. Next slide, please. And so what this all means is that for each of the asset categories, there'll be levels of service that are defined and communicated in a similar way to how I'd outlined it earlier. They'll allow the ability to look at various scenarios and simulate what that impact would be, and look at the impacts across the town and across the various infrastructures. And that then is fed into a feasible 10-year plan. That really, the goal of this is that the financial plan then informs budget processes moving forward, and is a way that can really tie that back to those measured levels of service and risk. Next slide, please. So one of the first steps in this is to really understand public engagement. And I would say that this is actually the approach that the town has followed with this is really in line with best practices in asset management globally, and really is at the forefront on how to best manage infrastructure assets. And through the public engagement survey, we really wanted to get an understanding of satisfaction with the current levels of service, identification of areas for potential improvement, priorities, as well as willingness to pay if there is an identified enhancement of level of service. And in the next couple of slides, we will go through some of the results of that survey and outcomes. So a total of 385 responses were received from the survey, and it was made available through various mechanisms. And actually 385 is actually a good number for this kind of survey. It's a very great feedback. And also, when looking at it statistically, it's actually a 95% confidence level. That number is actually just over 95% confidence level, which basically means that it has a 95% probability that it generally matches the perspectives of the population within a 5%, plus or minus 5% deviation from that. So in general, what that means is that it could be seen as generally reflective, and obviously there may be some slight variation with that. So the survey took about 10 to 15 minutes to complete and was open throughout April, and really is critical for the OREG 58817 deadline, but actually is, like I said, very much in line with best practices. And through the questions, there's an opportunity for future surveys, engagements, perhaps through different studies, master plans, the budget process, to be able to integrate some of the questions and considerations. Next slide, please. So of the survey responses, 82% preferred the town services. So we actually, just some context, we asked, one of the questions was, to what level of service would you be hoping the service to be across the town? So would that be family diner service, fast food being perhaps a lower level of service, and then white tablecloth dining being the highest level of service. And 82% of the respondents did respond that in that middle there of the level of service, around that family diner service level. There was also a question that was asked, and we'll show the individual details in a moment, but would there be a support generally for an increase if it was necessary to fund improvements in the cost of that service? 28% agreed for all services, and 53% agreed for core services. So that would be water, wastewater, transportation, and stormwater. 14% said to maintain, even if that does reduce current performance, and 5% would prefer lower taxes and fees. The highest priority out of the survey was transportation, followed by stormwater, wastewater, and then water, and then followed by the other services. We'll show that distribution in a moment. And I would say that this is actually typical of what we see from these types of surveys, is this general alignment of priorities. And then the majority agreed with maintaining services, understanding that in this case, it could actually result in an increase as a result of various factors that increase the cost to provide the same level of service of infrastructure. Next slide, please. So the top priorities, this is how on average each of the key aspects and services within the asset management plan were highlighted. So the top three were transportation, stormwater management, and wastewater. And you can see the others ranked in priority order based upon those survey responses. Next slide, please. And this actually shows using a traffic light color scale, so green meaning very satisfied, red meaning very dissatisfied, and then a distribution between that on the satisfaction with the current service levels. So when we do these surveys, typically we would look for a distribution. So normally there's a portion that are either satisfied and very satisfied on one side. Normally there's a portion that are dissatisfied or very dissatisfied, and you have a bit of a distribution where the bulk are in the middle. And what we look for is trends either side. What these results show is that there's a general trend towards very satisfied and satisfied, which is indicative of a general higher level of satisfaction of the services. Next slide, please. This shows the response to the question that we asked, which was, how much more would you spend to improve services in your top three priorities? And there were multiple options, so $20 or greater, $10, $5 or no more. The no more is represented with the red on that category. But what was interested in this is that there was a large proportion that actually either indicated that they would pay for an increase in service or an improvement in service where it was deemed to be necessary. This also shows that distribution. There's different sizes of bars based on the number of responses that were received for the individual service. So with transportation, stormwater, and wastewater having the highest priorities, those had the highest number of respondents. Next slide, please. So the key takeaways from this is that in general, there was a higher level of satisfaction than I would say what is typically seen as the benchmark across the various services. A large proportion had indicated that if necessary, there would be openness to accept an increase in taxes and fees to support necessary improvements. And that we saw, as I had mentioned, that there is that preference to prioritize the transportation, wastewater, stormwater, and water services, which are termed the core services by the Ministry of Infrastructure. Next slide, please. So our next steps is that, and right now actually we are in the level of service and consultation phase. Our next steps is really to determine life cycle management activities to be able to sustain the levels of service, as well as to develop the proposed levels of service and the financial strategy. And finally, that will all be incorporated in the asset management plan. And our goal is to bring back a future update of the asset management plan and the life cycle strategies in June. Next slide, please. So with that, I would just like to say thank you for the opportunity to present these results today, and we would be open to answer any questions.
Okay, well, thank you. That was very informative. Would anyone around the council table have questions? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin, and through to Darish. I was just wondering, when you asked $20, was it $20 a year, $20 per medium assessment, or how was that put in perspective for the respondents?
Yeah, so that was, I believe, framed per year.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
Per year.
Per year. Okay,
yeah, it was per year. And then just the other thing in terms of the respondents, did we anonymously gather information about them in terms of age, household income, and those kinds of statistics from the respondents?
Through the mayor, no, we did not connect any demographic information other than whether they lived in the town of Collingwood, worked, or had visited.
Right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor McCulloch.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. I was wondering if there was any breakdown. Transportation was a major priority, but was there a particular component or components of transportation that were identified through the survey?
Through the mayor, we had various open feedback, not necessarily the specific feedback on any particular service. And so the feedback actually ranged. So in general, it was around road maintenance. For potholes, there was winter maintenance. And I would say if there was anything, it would be predominantly focused on the roadways themselves.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Councillor McCulloch just covered one of my questions, so thank you for that. I just want to say in general that, you know, I'm really impressed by, you know, what I see to be, you know, a level of sophistication among the respondents, because I would not have expected such a high priority placed on infrastructure items like stormwater or drinking water or the road network. Would have expected more response on the, you know, softer services that the municipality provides. So that was very interesting. I did want to just ask about when you were looking at regulations and requirements of the municipality on a go-forward basis, there was a note of an annual review required. And I see this review as having been, you know, exhaustive to the point where it required, you know, consultative services in addition to staff. And I'm just wondering is this requirement for an annual review always going to be, or always going to involve, you know, outside services, or is it a function that staff can complete themselves, you know, without that additional need?
Treasurer Graham is ready to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Through you to Councillor Doherty. That's a really great question to ask, and a difficult one a bit to answer because of the amount of work that's involved. So with the staff that we have in our current capacity, we likely would rely a little bit each year on a consultant to help. Our OSIP funding does allow for work on our asset management plan to be covered through this, so it wouldn't impact our tax base. But the idea is, and part of the scope of this project, which I'm really pleased to see in and through Aspire, is there's a strong mentorship to staff component after July 1st, where Aspire is training our current staff, helping with their GIS, making recommendations to our current practices so we can do this better and more efficient and keep the timely information up, because this is going to be an incredibly detailed, wonderful plan, and we need to keep it current for it to make sense every year. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So those were my questions.
Okay, yeah, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And actually, any kind of questions I think have already been covered. But I'm really pleased with everything in regards to the asset management plan work that's being undertaken. Very pleased to hear that there's a 95% confidence in the survey that's been done. I look at the results that we're seeing, and they look very favorable, in my opinion, for our situation. Of course, the big picture for us has always been we want to get to where we can put a strategic financial plan together, and it'll only be as strong as the elements that feed the information into it. And this is such a critically important one. As I say, I can't be more pleased with how it's progressing. And I think once it's in place, and I know Darish went over the fact that there is a requirement by the province for us to be completing some of this work. I really do believe Collingwood would have been doing this work whether we were told by the province it's necessary or not, because I think we're ahead of the curve in that regard with regards to financial reporting and planning at this table. And for instance, we've committed to getting the strategic financial plan done this year. We've put resources towards it. I think eventually the province will tell municipalities they have to do that. And we're doing that ourselves. We're recognizing the need for it. So again, as I said, I can't be more pleased. We've got some very favorable data later that we'll talk about in our 24 financial results. So I'm really pleased with where we're at, Mayor Hamlin.
Okay, thank you. I have one question, and it's sort of like, it's a bit like Councillor Doherty's question. I can't believe that our residents said that wastewater was an issue, because I never hear about that unless you're a developer. So, and we do have a plan that we're moving forward to expand our wastewater treatment plant, in the sense that we're doing the initial steps that are required under the legislation before we come up with a plan. My question is, can you tell who made these comments? Were they residents? Were they people, like, are they people who work in Collingwood? I'm just wondering if it's the engineering community you have for the developers. Just to put it out there. Thank you.
Yes, to the mayor, we can. And actually, 83% of the respondents lived in the town of Collingwood, and so that's 385 responses, and 85% lived in the town of Collingwood. We didn't ask profession in the survey. However, though, we know that the survey respondents, 85% of them responded in that way.
Okay, well, thank you. Curious. Okay, Councillor Baines.
I would just comment, Mayor Hamlin, you're delated about wastewater. I'm delayed about stormwater responses. So we're all
absolutely. Yeah, no, I think that's a good one. All right, well, thank you so much again for that insightful report on asset management, and we'll look forward to seeing you next time. So the next item is to do with our consent agenda. And the recommendation is, and I'm going to read all these matters in first, and then we'll see if anyone would like to pull. And I know there's some interest already, but here's the motion. That Council herein receive the general consent agenda, and further note that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are those of the authors and are not verified or approved as being correct. And there's 6 items. S. Ashton letter, Republic Safety on Dawson Drive. Creative Simcoe Street, Re-Downtown Master Plan. Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing letter, Re-Strong Mayor Powers. Town of Bradford, West Gwillimbury resolution, re-increased resources and support for women facing abuse, a proclamation for Fibromyalgia Awareness Day, and lastly, Collingwood input, Re-Strong Mayor Powers. And I'll just note for the last one, there is a reference in that document to February 3rd at the beginning. It should have read April 14th. So could I get a mover and a seconder, please, to receive this? Councillor Potts, seconded by Councillor McCulloch. And all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Could I have indication who'd like to pull? Councillor Potts.
Thanks, thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I would like to pull 12.1, letter regarding public safety on Dawson Drive.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And I would ask that 12.4, the Bradford West Gwillimbury letter, and the 12.6, the concerns from that were sent to Ministry of Municipal Housing, and be pulled.
Thank you. So we'll start with you, Council. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Yes, Mayor, I did, but it was also 12.4, the Town of West Gwillimbury motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councillor Potts, we'll start with you.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. For 12.1 regarding the Dawson Drive safety, I know many of us or all of us on council have received quite a bit of correspondence the last little while on the safety of the street in general, and kind of running alongside with the discussions that are happening with Cranberry Trail East the last while. And in my knowledge as a plowing those streets for many years, I do recognize the concerns that these residents are bringing forward. And just on Friday morning, learning that not too far down the road, there's going to be an additional 129 units that will be opening at the Living Water Retirement Residence at Cranberry, the old hotel. And then we have the new development for Balmoral, which is fully activated and lots of pedestrian traffic, as well as a lot of the condo areas that for accessing all the stores at the Cranberry Mews, and that is an extremely busy street. And there's no area there for, obviously sidewalks. It's if you want to walk or bike, or whether it's you're walking your dog or your wheelchair or any kind, you're on the side of the road, and it is a huge challenge. So what I'm looking for to get an update from staff if there's any future plan for traffic calming, not necessarily looking at doing like a sidewalk install or anything, but as far as traffic calming to narrow the speed. One of the other big challenges is that's where all of our bus stops are along that route, is right on the side of the road, and again, identifying the challenges of standing on the side of the road waiting for a bus. It can become quite dangerous. So if there is any update, and then depending on what responses or what future plans there are, I would intend on bringing a notice of motion later for some increased safety measures there. So I'll leave it at that for now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I understand Director Alcoca is on the line. Would you be able to respond to these questions?
Yes, thank you. Dawson Drive is being considered within the master plan for some sidewalk facility or path facility, but that's not finalized yet. And it will come up when the master plan is finalized. However, on the maintenance issue, because some of the letters mentioned sand on the road, I can tell you that the road has been swept already, I think last week, as part of this year's maintenance. And it is also on our program for line painting to enhance the lines that have faded away, to ensure people see them, and the designation between car lanes and the shoulder.
Did you have any follow-up?
If I may. So I guess the concern I have at this point is the speed of traffic. And as much as I can appreciate the sweeping and I can appreciate line painting, I don't think it justifies a lot for being able to control the speed. And I'm just wondering if there's any potential opportunity for some whether it's speed, traffic bumps or however we can maybe implement. It is a long stretch of road, and it does have a couple twists and turns in it that does make it a little challenging with some minor blind spots. So I completely appreciate everything that's been done to date, but I think there's still some additional traffic calming that I think could be used there. And if there's not, then again, I would be bringing something forward to get something at least going in the meantime. Thanks.
I'd just like to ask a follow-up question from yours, if I can, Director Lococa. You mentioned the master plan. I assume that's the master mobility and transportation plan. Will that be looking at speeds on Dawson as well as potential sidewalk, including some sidewalks?
For that, I'd like to have Manager Leal answer the question. Amber, are you online?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you for the question, Mayor. So Dawson Drive is included within the MMTP. It will be evaluated for pedestrian facilities. I would have to double check if it's being evaluated for speed study, if it was included for the speed study. So we'll have to get back to council on that one.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much.
And and I appreciate that. There's nothing more frustrating than especially when there is some safety concerns, that a lot of stuff gets passed on and added on to, plans. And I get it. I just hope that we can have something that we can at least provide some sort of answer back to the number of residents. And I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Okay. Maybe, do we know when that plan's due to be submitted to council? Is this a question for Manager Leal? I know it's a 2025 item. Would she still be online?
Thank you for the question, Mayor and Council. Our team is actively working on a revised schedule and getting it to council to report out some of the draft recommendations coming out of it.
Okay, that's great. Thanks a lot. Okay, over to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. The Bradford West Gwillimbury letter was unanimously supported by Simcoe County Council on April the 22nd. Simcoe County thereby endorsed the request for further consideration and possible action. I had an initial discussion with Wasaga Beach Deputy Mayor Schnell and Clearview Mayor Measures on this about, rather than simply providing our local endorsement of the motion as presented, it could be very beneficial in a pursuit to secure increased funding and support from upper tier governments if our local agency, My Friend's House, worked in conjunction with us to provide our own supporting local detail. Everyone was in agreement for initial review. So as a further step, I followed up with Executive Director Fitzgerald. At a minimum, she expects My Friend's House would be grateful for the opportunity to participate and emphatically provide their support for My Sister's Place, a fellow agency of theirs. Executive Director Fitzgerald will be meeting with her board tomorrow and reviewing the matter, and expects to be able to provide confirmation of the support after that. Since there will very likely be some further work done before a locally focused position is put together, which probably will incorporate this Bradford West Gwillimbury content, I'm not going to present a motion for council's consideration today. We can receive it as part of the consent agenda and then put our collective further consideration into it and establish the best actions to take. The goal would be to work closely with all of our area stakeholders, so possibly even the town of Blue Mountains, and come up with a submission that can be endorsed and move forward unanimously by local municipal councils to the upper tiers. We believe that the South and North Simcoe County coverage and a multi-county support aspect would really add some weight to the issue. Ultimately, the goal is to have the upper tiers establish designated funds and support that will be sufficient to ensure there is readily available assistance for all those that unfortunately need to seek appropriate help to leave abusive situations. So I plan on reporting back to council on that, and those were my comments about that, Mayor Hamlin. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. And I thank the Deputy Mayor and the feedback that we have had from County Council thus far. on this motion. However, I think that the urgency of the requirement for predictable and higher levels of provincial level financial support for our local My Friend's House facility is such that I hope that we're not going to be waiting forever for this motion to come back, and that the deputy mayor will be putting some priority to it so that we can hopefully see it in the next week or so. The more that we see these, or at least the more that the government sees these motions coming from various municipalities, the more impact they have in totality. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I was just thinking as Councillor Doherty was speaking, I meant to say, or I should have, that our goal would be to have it ready for next meeting. Yeah.
I'm just confused in the sense that this motion that was passed by Bradford West Gwillimbury speaks to advocating to Simcoe County Council and the Government of Ontario for increased funding and resources to expand emergency shelter spaces and so on for women fleeing abuse in Bradford West Gwillimbury and Simcoe County. Recommends enhanced collaboration with law enforcement, healthcare providers, and so on involving women in Bradford West Gwillimbury and Simcoe County. Requests County of Simcoe and provincial government establish a designated fund for financial assistance needed in emergency. I'm just wondering, what's wrong with this one? This sounds good to me. I'm just wondering what additional changes you're hoping could be made that would
I agree. It is very encompassing. It's more to bring My Friend's House into the fold and the service territory that they include. We just felt that there probably would be some bolstering over and above just simply accepting the motion as it stands.
Okay, I was thinking we would deal with this today, but I'm happy to wait to the next meeting. Thank you. Okay, and you also had 12.6 you wish to address.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So at this point in time, I just wanted to note that with this and 12.3, these were included on the consent agenda mostly for reference purposes during the upcoming old business further discussions of strong mayor powers. Since the agenda has come out, in my opinion, what is summarized in this, which I think is very well done for the input we gave on that on April the 14th, that was based on what we knew back then. And but I do believe that now it needs to have that further discussion. I think it is appropriate here, though, to first check to see if there has been any response, either, I guess, formally from Minister Flack or to the clerk, or informally to Mayor Hamlin with the discussions about our submission.
Go ahead, for comments.
Thank you, through your worship, to Deputy Mayor Fryer. I'd have to confirm if we received confirmation, so I can get back to you.
And
I know I didn't, and I don't expect any response, as I mentioned when this was passed by council.
Now, I understand that that's been indicated, and you spoke earlier about possible discussions and clarifications that are going to be coming, but my concern on that is that could take a long time. Within the concerns of the submission that we're looking at, it's suggested that over time, initial concerns appear to become less pressing. But after our training session last week and follow-up responses from Clerk Amos and our solicitor, I will say that one of my major concerns that I don't see dissipating is that the current mayor, strong mayor power, can't be transferred without a by-election. here we are in May, just a little over a year from when they would become transferable, because it would be less than 90 days before the 26 election. And I just don't see a need to spend, I think it was approximately $75,000 was in the report we just recently saw. In that regard, then, I wanted to hopefully get a clarification from Clerk Amos. If the mayor's position is vacated over the next 12 months, do we have to hold a by-election, or can we follow the same process that's been used in the past and just have the position filled, knowing that the incoming mayor wouldn't have strong mayor powers ability until the election of 2026?
Is that a hope or? Okay, go ahead, Clerk Amos.
Thank you, through your worship, to Deputy Mayor Fryer. If the office of the mayor becomes vacant prior to March 31st, a by-election is required.
So
Of 2026.
I was hoping that that wouldn't be the case, because I have to make the statement that, so now the province is telling us we have to spend money on a by-election, taking a decision on it is necessary to spend taxpayer dollars, and it's completely out of our hands. And I'm really, really troubled by that. But that's not anybody's fault here. That's just very, very unsettling. So we're going to have the discussion later on strong mayor powers, and I'll wait to make any further comment at that time.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be entertaining lengthy discussion on how bad the province is in passing this. I think we have limited abilities to do anything, but we'll just see what happens when we get there. So county report, and I know Deputy Mayor Fryer, you have a few things you wish to highlight.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And one of them has to do with last meeting. You happened to mention to everyone in regards to the possibility of a bridge financing option being offered in particular to Clearview on their upcoming water infrastructure project. So as it should be, in my opinion, there is an audit and finance committee at the county, and I'm a member of it. My suggestion during the council meeting was that the staff work with the committee to complete this report so there can be a detailed discussion and options determined that can be reported back to council in a more efficient process. Council agreed, and the finance committee meeting is next Tuesday. I wanted to add that initially I support considering if there can be an approval process put in place, that if a Simcoe County municipality requires it, they can enter into a short-term financing solution that is risk-free for the county and fully recovers any costs associated to the county for the vehicle. The reason for this is because, as noted, this request is for a major water infrastructure project that before the housing crisis situation, this project would likely have occurred over a longer period of implementation, and thereby allowing for funding accumulation under normal circumstances. I would submit that it's incumbent upon the upper tier government to at least consider ways that it can assist Simcoe County municipalities with these types of new hurdles. But the rider, of course, has to be whatever is put in place mustn't negatively impact the county taxpayers. Therefore, we will see if staff and the committee can work out a process that will achieve this. But in any event, council at the county will decide about that. So I wanted to touch on that one. The other item is that I had regularly updated about efforts from the outset of my term to try to have county develop a multi-units residential organics program. There was some initial success, and as of May 2024, a pilot study on 15 approved locations of 31 expressions of interest has been undertaken. That success continues to increase with the staff report that is on our county agenda tomorrow. The recommendation that appears certain, in my opinion, to be approved is that a county-wide multi-unit residential organics program be implemented in 2026. I only wanted to advise of this today, and we'll update more on May 26th after County Council decisions because of the interest Council has had about this matter. It is something we have often heard about from our multi-unit residents. And even though we can point that there is a tax subsidy due to not being able to provide the service, it wasn't always well received, and difficult to have to say in defense that the service is not a provincial requirement for Simcoe County to provide organics and waste collection for units of 6 or more. So I think that the evidence is there that there's a very keen interest in Collingwood's multis because 9 out of the 15 pilots are locations in Collingwood. So rather than wait until May 26th, I thought Council would appreciate the update now that there are positive steps forward on this program. And before I go into my last one, Mayor Hamlin, if anybody had any questions about what I just let you know, I certainly can answer them.
Councillor Baines.
Through you to the Deputy Mayor, fully in support of this. Full speed ahead. Thank you.
There's a good report on our agenda that outlines things that I think you'd find it interesting to read.
I'll just add on that.
Right ahead.
Thank you. I've had a lot of discussions with condo owners over the last few years because, of course, the county only picks up from 1/3 of our residents, even just garbage. And there is quite a keen interest to have organics picked up. So this whole thing is still unfolding, and I'm glad that the county's stepping up a bit on this. So we'll see where it all goes. So I just wanted to add that.
So the last item, as we know, the motion to consider 17 council member composition bylaw deferment is going to be discussed shortly in the agenda. I didn't elaborate earlier, but one major reason for this is that the deadline to provide our decision is June 30th, and that ensures there's time to let County Council fully complete the weighted vote process at the May 27th meeting.
Are you on to the next item, possibly?
It does tie with the county. I was just going through the county part of it.
For that part?
Yeah. So what I wanted to say, because it was mentioned last meeting as well by Mayor Hamlin, about the fact that the weighted vote seems to be a key issue amongst the county. And so that's why I was touching on it here, even though we are going to talk about the deferment later. But I think, as I say, there's a lot to go through. Clerk Thomas has provided all the links and everything's there, but hopefully we'll have some additional information shortly in the May 27th. And so, as I said, Mayor Hamlin, I was just thinking that I should at least touch on it here because of the mention last meeting, and it doesn't. I do find it a little ironic that the weighted vote is a concern at the county level, because in my opinion, that's what we've done now with the smart mayor power or strong mayor power situation. Is a weighted vote situation. So I think it's going to be some interesting discussion at the meeting and when we're talking about those options. So those are the items on county. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Did you have a point on this? Yeah, go ahead.
I just, thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I just, at this point, wanted, because it's related with the county, from the BIA, we had the One Community Solutions do a deputation last week. I was asking under the county for some time. They did come and do a presentation and are going to be providing weekly to monthly updates now to the BIA. And any updates that I get, I'm sure we'll go through the county to use as the county reps. But I just wanted to thank both yourself and the deputy mayor for the advocating to get the wheels turning. So it was good feedback, and it was a positive discussion, and the town of Collingwood will start to see some progressive changes here shortly. Thanks.
I think so. Thank you. I also just comment on the first matter, Deputy Mayor, since you're going to be sitting in the meetings at the Finance Committee on loans to other municipalities. some of the things on my mind, which is, will we be deciding at county? And, so if you could have these on your mind, if they don't otherwise come up in your committee, like how much do we put aside to loan to other municipalities? And what are the criteria for deciding, because it won't be an unlimited amount. So what are the criteria for deciding who's going to be preferred to get the funds? And also, Infrastructure Ontario is there exactly for this purpose, borrowing for infrastructure. So if the municipality doesn't qualify for that funding for some reason, and I don't know if this is Clearview's situation or not, will the county be putting some extra guardrails around any loans? And the other thing on my mind, because I do think about these things, was whether there's going to be a requirement on any borrowing municipality to make sure that the developers have contributed the max that they should be contributing before they're borrowing from the county. So I really just wanted to share that. I didn't realize this would be coming up at your committee, but
Mayor Hamlin, you've touched on all the challenges.
Yeah.
Right. I'm thinking other councilors might be aware of the fact that this is actually the second request, Clearview one. Wasaga Beach had asked prior and has been granted. But at that time we did talk, and that's when I mentioned about me talking at council. We talked about the next Audit and Finance Committee meeting. We should be talking about the parameters because, as Mayor Hamlin says, you'd have to make sure that your cash flow was understood. You'd have to make sure that you could have 3 or 4 or 5 of these come that you're not expecting. And I think the first criteria will have to be that the municipality coming must be able to show those other areas have not been successful or are pending success, and this is a short term and that. But the overriding thing has to be to protect the county in any kind of consideration to do this. And so the Wasaga Beach one was new. It never happened before. And we said at the time there needs to be a policy. And since then, before that can be talked about and done, Clearview's come. But all Clearview's asking for is a report. And so I think in conjunction with the report will be if a policy can be established. And as you say, there's a variety of challenges that could be posed in it. So.
But I think their report is asking for an agreement to be drafted for county to enter into with Clearview, which is, anyway, we won't get into all the details of it here, but I just, one mayor said to me that it looks like it's an old boys club, like who's getting the money, right? And that's what we don't want it to look like. And I'm not saying this is your problem. You're talking about it at a committee, so.
You're talking my thinking.
Yeah.
I think it said, it can be provided, but I think that's around the idea that it's going to be the recommendation of the committee if that type of thing is going to be done. But there's challenges for sure.
Well, thank you for letting us know all that. Okay, so on to the next one. Motions. Sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I should have noted at the beginning of the meeting, I did ask the clerk, I'd given notice of a motion at our last meeting with respect to the repair and replacement of sewer laterals. And in discussion with the staff, we did concur that the information could come better through a departmental update as opposed to a staff report. But what I did fail to ask Director Valentine is what the timing was. And I probably was a little optimistic expecting it to be under departmental updates today. So if I can just ask that question under motions, or I can move it to other business, but it's just because my motion isn't here now, I wanted to explain that.
Director Valentine, would you like to answer that? Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, we have that tentatively scheduled, Councillor Jeffrey, for the first meeting in June. There were some website updates and staff training that were part of the continuous improvement that we wanted to implement before coming back to council with a full report.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so the next item is 14.1, and this has to do with the council considering whether or not to approve a bylaw regarding the change of composition of council at the county. And I believe, Deputy Mayor, you have a motion you wish to bring on this.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So as council knows from my email query and very helpful review to us by Clerk Omas, this motion as presented is first placed on the next council agenda after the statutory notice that all Simcoe County clerks have, municipality clerks have received from County Clerk McGill. All required public notices occurred during the county proceedings, and in addition, further additional notice steps have been taken. Even though there is absolutely no concern with council about being able to deal with this matter today, I would like to put forward one of Clerk Omas' options and move to amend the agenda to defer the motion to the June 9th meeting. The major reason for this is to be able to have some new information to council from the May 27th weighted vote options review at the county that we spoke of at last meeting. Further, my amendment would propose for the motion to be on the committee of the whole agenda, mostly because the format would be with the more informal meeting rules and would lend to, I think, a more robust discussion by council. And of course, members of the public can participate more freely. So it's a little bit of a lengthy note to ask for the deferment. Sorry about that. But in closing, the deadline to send our decision back is June 30th, and I don't think there'll be any issue in meeting that. Additionally, today, Councillor Perry sends regrets, and I have always hoped that when this historic vote occurs, that all 9 will be on hand and voting, with possibly a positive result. So in proposing June 9th, I am hopeful everyone will be in attendance that day. And as far as unanimous support goes, I think that we'll just have to see what the outcome of the discussions are. So I'm putting forward, if I may, Mayor Hamlin, a deferment request.
Thank you. I just have a question of the clerk. Sever, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, I think I'll sever the two matters you brought. The first one was to defer it to June 9, and the second one was to have it go back to committee of the whole as opposed to council. So to sever, I don't think that we can speak to this. Is this?
Sever happens automatically, so we just need a seconder.
Yeah, a seconder to defer. Right. Okay, Councillor Jeffrey. And all those in favor of deferral? Okay. And that's, sorry, you have a question? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we have no discussion
Well, this is
about the motion to defer?
Can we have a discussion on motion to defer? No, it's the clerk's just read the procedural rules, and around a deferral request, it says it shall not be open for debate.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So we'll just have that vote again. All those in favor of the deferral and opposed, and that's one opposed. Thank you. And then what committee it should come back to, whether it should come back to committee of the whole or back to council. Anyone want to weigh in on that? Yeah, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So I would second that also. And I think because we have the time to have the discussion, we'll get it there well before June 30th. So I don't see a problem with moving it to committee of the whole, which also allows for public input if there is any. So I would support it.
I'm not opposed as long as we're going to get to our June 30th deadline, which it should be able to. But I'll just say my observation of the public is totally not interested in the county of Simcoe. But if they want to come, we're always happy to hear from them. Okay, no other comments? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, over to Councillor Baines, who has a motion before us on the FCM Board of Directors election endorsement. Would you like to read this out?
Once again, I'd be delighted to.
Okay.
Whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, represents the interest of municipalities on policy and program matters that fall within federal jurisdiction. And whereas FCM's board of directors and standing committees are comprised of elected municipal officials from all regions and sizes of communities to form a broad base of support and provide FCM with the prestige required to carry the municipal message to the federal government. And whereas FCM's annual conference and trade show will take place from May 29th to June 1st, 2025, during which time the annual general meeting will be held and followed by the election of FCM's board of directors. Therefore, be it resolved that Council of the Town of Collingwood, Ontario, endorses Councillor Kathy Jeffrey to stand for election on FCM's board of directors for the period starting June 2025 and ending June 2027. And be it further resolved that council assumes all costs associated with Councillor Kathy Jeffrey's attending FCM's board of directors meetings, or in the case of an appointment, assumes all costs associated with Councillor Kathy Jeffrey attending FCM's standing committee meetings and board of directors meetings.
Thank you. And Councillor Potts, are you seconding that? Thank you. Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. The next motion before us is that council move into committee of the whole session. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor McCulloch, seconded by Councillor Doherty. All those in favor? And that's so moved. So we'll just take a 10-minute break here while we change our spots around. Thank you.
Category 1 wetlands. There is no development or site alteration proposed within the wetland itself, and the proposal involves the establishment of a variable enhanced naturalized buffer between the wetland and the residential development. In terms of zoning, the property was the subject of a zoning bylaw amendment, which was enacted and passed by Council in January 2023. Through the zoning bylaw amendment, the portion of the subject property identified in yellow on the slide was zoned Holding Zone 22, Residential 4th Density Exception 8, or H22R48. And the eastern portion of the property was identified in blue was zoned Environmental Protection. The R48 zone permits apartment dwellings and group or cluster dwellings and contains 2 site-specific exceptions, including permitting a maximum of 165 dwelling units on the subject lands and providing relief from the general zoning provision that addresses multiple zones on a lot with respect to the eastern interior side yard setback. The H22 zone requires confirmation of adequate servicing and access to the satisfaction of the town prior to development proceeding. It is anticipated that the removal of the H22 zone would be addressed through delegated authority to staff in the future. Next slide, please. So as Director Valentine indicated, the proposed development has been the subject of the town's development review process for over 6 years. The pre-consultation application was submitted in October 2018, and the formal Planning Act application for site plan control was received in February 2019. The development proposal has undergone 6 technical review cycles over the last 6 years, including extensive review by the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority with respect to natural heritage and natural hazard matters due to the property's proximity to the Silver Creek Wetland Complex. As previously noted, the proposed development was the subject of related concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments to permit the development in principle. The concurrent OPA and ZBA applications were submitted in 2018, extensively reviewed over more than 4 years, and subsequently approved in 2023. In July 2024, an application to remove the H22 zone was submitted. Although removal of the H is not being recommended at this time, it is anticipated that once the remaining outstanding servicing easement matters have been addressed, the removal of the H22 zone would be considered through delegated authority to staff. Furthermore, a consent application was considered and approved by the Committee of Adjustment in February of this year to facilitate a private water servicing easement gap over the broader Georgian Bay Hotel lands in support of the subject property. Planning Services is recommending approval of the site plan application, subject to municipal servicing capacity allocation, resolution of outstanding minor technical comments, finalization of the outstanding private easement matters, issuance of necessary permits, including NVCA and tree cutting permits, and execution of the necessary site plan and control agreements pertaining to both the subject development and the second emergency vehicle access. Planning Services is also recommending that should council conditionally approve the site plan, that the conditional approval lapse 3 years from the date of decision should a permit under the Building Code Act to implement the site plan not be issued. Next slide, please. So the proposed site plan consists of 165 apartment dwellings in 6 separate 3-story plus mezzanine buildings. 21 apartment units are proposed to be affordable to the 6th decile household income, representing approximately 13% of the proposed development. And as Director Valentine indicated, an additional 12 units fall within the gap between the 6th and 7th deciles, just beyond what is considered affordable for the town's target middle income demographic. Vehicular access to the site would be off Highway 26 via Vacation Inn Drive. Based on the proposed number of residential dwellings, a second emergency vehicle access is required. And as previously noted, this second emergency vehicle access would be constructed off Highway 26 over the Georgian Bay Hotel lands. I would also note that the golf course owner has agreed to the establishment of a temporary construction access along the western boundary of the Georgian Bay Hotel lands to minimize impacts of construction vehicles and equipment on the existing private road system during construction. A total of 207 surface parking spaces, including 42 visitor parking spaces, are proposed. This represents a ratio of 1 parking space per unit plus 0.25 parking spaces of visitor parking spaces per unit, exceeding the town's minimum parking requirements. With respect to the visitor parking, a total of 7 accessible parking spaces are proposed, which satisfies current provincial accessibility standards. In addition, a total of 56 bicycle parking spaces are proposed, exceeding the minimum 20 required by the zoning bylaw. An outdoor recreational amenity area, including an amenity building, an outdoor swimming pool, fire pit, and children's play area, is proposed central to the site to serve the private development. The proposed development would retain the existing provincially significant wetland along the eastern property boundary and establish a variable enhanced naturalized buffer between the wetland boundary and the proposed residential development that averages approximately 30 meters in width. The existing wetland buffer is comprised of fill of unknown quality that is dominated by non-native species. The proposed development would remove this fill and fully restore and landscape the buffer with native species. Furthermore, signage is proposed approximately every 3 meters along the wetland buffer edge, advising people not to enter the wetland. Based on the existing state of the wetland buffer, the proposed development and associated restoration plan is considered to be a net benefit to the wetland feature. The proposal also involves the construction of an open naturalized channel for stormwater conveyance that is currently facilitated by an underground culvert. It is anticipated that this channel would add a distinct outdoor, more naturalized aesthetic for residents to enjoy and would create additional habitat where none presently exists. The proposed development would be connected to municipal water and wastewater services through private infrastructure internal to the broader Georgian Bay Hotel lands, as well as through the provision of a new water connection to the municipal water servicing system on Cranberry Trail East that would ultimately be owned by the town. The existing private infrastructure servicing arrangement is facilitated by a series of easements in favor of the subject property, which have been extensively reviewed by the town solicitor, and the new water connection to Cranberry Trail East would be facilitated by a future servicing easement over the golf course lands. The town solicitor has confirmed that all the necessary servicing and access easements will be in place for the subject property, pending approval of a future consent application by the Committee of Adjustment for the servicing easement over the golf course lands and registration of the necessary transfer of easements, which are recommended conditions of this site plan approval. I would also note that the applicant has undertaken an extensive review of the private infrastructure services associated with roads, stormwater, water, and wastewater services within the broader Georgian Bay Hotel community. A comprehensive shared facilities agreement has been drafted and is currently under legal review by the various property owners. Although this agreement is beyond the scope of the subject application, it provides a degree of reassurance that the various property owners are working to resolve the current lack of coordination and cost sharing with respect to existing private infrastructure. In order to facilitate the proposed development, including the proposed servicing corridor from Cranberry Trail East, external works, including off-site grading, drainage, and tree removals in proximity to the shared southern and western property lines is required. The owner of the golf course lands has consented to these external site works and acknowledged that a tree cutting permit will be required to facilitate the necessary tree removals on the golf course lands. The exact locational boundaries of the tree removals would be determined through the tree cutting permit process, noting that both a tree assessment and a tree preservation plan will be required in support of the permit application. A significant amount of landscaping is proposed along the perimeter of and internal to the subject property, including native coniferous and deciduous trees and shrubs in the enhanced naturalized buffer. The town's landscape architect peer reviewer has estimated an overall tree canopy coverage of 75% at maturity. And I also wanted to take this opportunity to advise that the requisite mitigation measures identified in the Gulf spray analysis submitted in support of the proposed development have been completed on the golf course lands west of the property to minimize potential golf course impacts on the proposed residential development. Next slide, please. This slide includes architectural renderings of the proposed entrance to the Wildwood Creek development and the proposed watercourse that would transect the property, as well as sample front and rear building elevations. The proposed development is generally representative of the lakeshore and mountainside recreation architectural theme and includes a mix of panel siding and masonry accents with a large number of windows. Each unit will also have a private terrace or balcony. The subject property does not have frontage along a municipal roadway. It is anticipated that only the rear of Building D, as depicted in the lower right-hand corner of the slide, may be visible from the Cranberry Trail streetscape once the Cranberry Trail east and west connection is completed. Planning Services finds the proposed design acceptable and notes that exterior building design details such as building materials and colors are no longer subject to site plan control per recent changes to the Planning Act. Next slide, please. This slide simply identifies the various studies and reports submitted in support of the site plan control application that have been extensively reviewed by the applicable town departments, external agencies, and third-party peer reviewers. Next slide, please. As outlined in the staff report, the proposed development is consistent and in conformity with all of the applicable provincial and municipal planning policy and regulatory instruments. The property is appropriately designated and zoned for the proposed residential development and represents intensification of an underutilized and municipally serviced infill lot. If approved, the proposal would add 165 apartment units to the town's housing supply, including 21 units affordable to the 6th decile household income. And as previously noted, there are an additional 12 units that fall between the 6th and 7th deciles just beyond what is considered affordable for the town's target demographic of middle-income households. No development or site alteration is proposed within the provincially significant Silver Creek wetland complex. Further, the proposal would remove the existing fill of unknown quality and non-native species and establish a variable enhanced naturalized buffer with native species. Overall, the proposed restoration is considered a net benefit to the wetland feature. The proposal also involves the restoration of a drainage channel that is currently conveyed by underground culvert. The construction of this open naturalized channel would create habitat where none presently exists, with the slopes of the channel proposed to be planted with native vegetation where appropriate. Planning Services is satisfied that the proposed development represents an efficient use of land and services and would ultimately contribute towards the achievement of complete communities and compact urban form that is transit supportive. The subject application was circulated to town departments, applicable third-party peer reviewers, and external agencies for review and comment. All concerns related to the proposed site plan have been satisfactorily addressed, save and except for the matters identified as conditions in staff's recommendation. Next slide, please. Pending the outcome of committees and subsequently council's decision, next steps include the owner satisfying the conditions of approval, including municipal servicing capacity allocation, resolution of outstanding minor technical comments, finalization of the outstanding private easement matters, issuance of the necessary NVCA and tree cutting permits, and execution of the necessary site plan control agreements. The Holding 22 zone requires confirmation of adequate servicing and access to the satisfaction of the town prior to development proceeding. And once the outstanding private servicing easement matters have been addressed, it is anticipated that the removal of the H symbol would be considered through delegated authority to staff, pending approval of the recently adopted Town of Collingwood Official Plan Amendment Number 1 by the County of Simcoe. Once the applicant has satisfied the conditions of site plan approval, a site plan agreement would be executed and registered on title to the subject lands. And finally, an application for condominium exemption to facilitate the separately conveyable tenure of the apartment dwelling units by way of a standard condominium would be required in the future. And this concludes my presentation of the file. I'm available to answer any questions, and note the applicant and members of their consulting team are also in attendance in person this afternoon. And I understand the applicant would like to address the committee when the chair opens the meeting to public questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you for the great presentation. So I'll open it up now if the applicant would like to come forward and address the committee. Good afternoon. Welcome.
I only have 3 points to make, and I hope I won't be too long. I'm David Hirsch. I'm the president of the Brandy Lane Corporation. We are the developer of this project. At the outset, I want to thank the staff of the town of Collingwood, the various reporting agencies and commenting agencies for their patience and diligence over these last 6 years of what has been an extraordinarily lengthy approval process. I also want to thank my own team of engineers, planners, architects, geologists, archaeologists, scientists, lawyers, and accountants. All have had something to do with this project over the last number of years. We've partnered together, it would appear, in a very successful manner in our efforts in gaining approval for the project. We have reviewed and evaluated the project from one end to the other. We have engaged in hundreds of hours of calls and meetings. We have produced tens of thousands of pages of reports, and all with a mutual goal in mind. Throughout this extraordinary long cycle of submissions and revisions, through the COVID disaster and through the water taps being literally turned off by a controversial interim control bylaw, Brandy Lane has been committed to cooperate and to do our very best to satisfy the requirements of all the agencies in the town. Excuse me. As you know, we've also built 2 other projects that have very similar characteristics. It's part of our fundamental business model in Collingwood is to build quality homes at reasonable prices and some that are indeed affordable under the guidelines. We hope that considered under the guidelines. What's more, homeowners enjoy very low common area fees with this design model. This is not reflected in any scores or any Planning Act requirements, but because of the design, the maintenance fees of the condos remain very low, and they remain low for years and years. There's no central infrastructure to the buildings. They're exterior corridors. The mechanical systems are self-contained, so the maintenance fees tend to go up, but not in any substantive way. Wildwood Creek will be the same concept. We are creative, innovative, and sustainable affordability builders, and that is the cornerstone of our communities here. We're committed to maintaining this going forward for this project and others that may be in the planning stage. We've put significant resources into the development of Wildwood Creek. What we're doing, as has been so beautifully illustrated by planning staff, is transforming a remnant parcel of land into something that will be a beautiful enclave of truly livable homes with a year-round pool, a community center, fire pit gathering area, and transforming what could have been quite an ugly drainage culvert into what will now be a beautiful naturalized creek, complete with a fairy tale bridge. Wildwood Creek should set a new standard for attainable home ownership in Collingwood. Thank you very much for your time today. It's been a long time getting here, and I urge you to approve this site plan for the project. Thank you very much. I'm open to questions if you have any. Otherwise, I'll go sit back down.
I think at this point, I'll open it up to the gallery. I don't see anybody that wants to address committee. Is there anyone online? Clerk Almus.
Thank you, Chair Potts. Yes, there is. We have Mike D. If you wish to unmute yourself.
Go ahead, Mr. D, when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Mike DeVries. I am the former president of the Simcoe Condominium Corporation 57, but now just a concerned neighbor. Thanks for allowing the participation and the presentations today. Just a comment on the last proposed, on the last proposal, there was the idea to have the emergency access through SCC 57's shared parking area and where we have our garbage. That has been removed from the proposal, and we are very thankful for that, as that area was very important to us. So thank you. I do also want to echo The concern about the shared services agreement for stormwater, wastewater, and the roadways, there are 10 different parties that have to come to an agreement on that. I do want to acknowledge the developers' contribution to kickstart that process, but I don't want to have anybody underestimate what it's going to take to get all those 10 parties to come together. But with that, thanks. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments. Clerk Almus, anyone else online?
No, there is not, Chair Potts.
Okay, I'll read in the recommendation. The staff report P 2025-13, conditional approval and authorization by law to execute a site plan control agreement 180 Vacation and Drive, also known as Wildwood Creek, dated May 12th, 2025, be received. And that site plan application file D11119 be approved, subject to the following conditions: confirmation of municipal servicing capacity allocation, resolution of any outstanding minor technical comments, including any associated plan revisions, to the satisfaction of town departments, third-party peer reviewers, and external agencies. Approval of a future consent application by the Committee of Adjustment and registration of the transfer of easement in favor of the subject property on terms and conditions to the satisfaction of the town and the applicable utility authorities. Issuance of a tree cutting permit to permit the removal of necessary boundary trees and trees on the adjacent golf course lands in proximity to the shared southern and western property lines to facilitate the proposed servicing corridor and grading and drainage, with the exact locational boundaries of the tree removals to be determined through the permitting process. Issuance of all required permits by the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, also known as the MVCA. Registration of the transfer of easement, water, in favor of the subject property per consent PLBN 2024460. Execution of a site plan control agreement and issuance of final site plan approval of the conditionally approved second emergency vehicle access at 10 Vacation and Drive, also known as file number D111123, and execution of a site plan control agreement with the town of Collingwood. And that an authorization by law to execute the site plan control agreement for a residential development at 180 Vacation and Drive be enacted and passed, and that this conditional site plan approval shall lapse 3 years from the date that the conditional approval was issued, should a permit under the Building Code Act to implement the site plan not be issued. Can I get a mover and seconder? Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Baines, and I'll open it up for questions and comments. Councillor Baines, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd just like to make this comment, I think most particularly to staff and the developer. Mr. Hirsch, is it?
Yes.
Right. You could probably do a documentary on getting this across the finish line. It's not there yet, but I do congratulate you for your environmental plan, if you will, in regard to removing the non-native soil and putting in native species. B, your understanding of affordable housing and the town's goal for producing that, and more particularly to bring 10 different parties together to come up with a deal. It must have been like Canadian Confederation, if you will, to get past the finish line. So congratulations for all of that, and well done, I think, to all parties involved.
Thank you.
Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair, and I will echo the congratulations of Councillor Baines on this project. It certainly has been a long time coming, and you have demonstrated thoughtful consideration. A lot of the town's objectives, including the provision of affordable housing, and also some of the creative considerations relative to stormwater management and the boundary around the provincial significant wetlands. I did have a couple of questions, though, through the chair to either the proponent or to planner Ayers. And the first is, where is the secondary emergency access? And I'm sorry if you did speak to this. There was a lot of details in your presentation, but I'm just wondering exactly where it is. Through your chair.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Doherty. Yes, as it's a bit of an awkward one as it is a related separate site plan application, but the proposed second emergency vehicle access is located on the eastern portion of the Georgian Bay Hotel lands. So if you can visualize where the mini golf course was on the very eastern end of that, it will come straight down there and connect into Trafalgar Road, does a little jaunt and then cuts back to Vacation and Drive, and it will connect in through there. My apologies, I don't have an image on the screen, but it is available on the Delegated Authority webpage, all of the drawings associated with that second emergency vehicle access, but essentially on the eastern edge of the Georgian Bay Hotel lands where the mini putt or the mini golf course was.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And then just to continue, it's noted that the wetland boundary is an average of 30 meters in width. And I'm just wondering, what is the minimum boundary between the wetlands and the property?
Manager Ayers, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Potts, through to Councillor Doherty. The variable buffer, the boundaries and the widths were established through the previous official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, and the site plan is consistent with that variable buffer that was established through those planning applications. In reviewing the site plan, I can confirm the closest point of the proposed development to the wetland itself is 11.65 meters, and that is the absolute closest.
Okay, thank you. The next question is with regard to the control of the non-native species. I am aware that a lot of those non-native species are Phragmites, and they are extremely difficult to get rid of. And I'm just wondering, has there been any thought after the boundary is replanted with native species to continue to control the Phragmites, because it is almost impossible to get rid of it in the first go.
Place, right?
Through you to the proponent or the planner?
I have my engineer and planner here as well, so can you answer that?
It would be so.
Good afternoon. I'm Rebecca Alexander, the engineer for the file. Unfortunately, the landscape architect who would normally respond to this is not present today, but they are from the same firm. So I think in terms of that maintenance, we would be subject to both the NVCA permit and town site plan control bylaw. So upon completion of construction, the landscape architect would walk with the town staff to confirm that all conditions under the site plan control agreement are met for those obligations. And I think continuing to work with the NVCA through the permit process regarding maintenance of that buffer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's everything.
No, if you can bear with me, just a couple of more questions. The changes to and alterations to the golf course lands, there has been concern expressed generally by those residents who abut the golf course in other areas about functionality of the golf course when these kinds of adjustments are made. And I'm just wondering, will there be a long-term impact on the functionality of the golf course when the boundaries are adjusted?
I'm not aware of any long-term impact. I do know that the golf course is being redesigned in certain locations, but it's not our project or our deal. But as far as we're concerned, it is a straight path to the service connection, and you'll never know it's there once we're going.
Okay, thank you. And just one more, if I may.
I just seen Manager Ayers' card there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Potts. Just to add to Mr. Hirsch's comments, I did just want to advise that with respect to the 10th golf course hole, which is immediately west of the subject property, the golf course architect there's already been mitigating works completed. So again, there are a number of changes being made to, I understand, to Cranberry Golf Course that are much broader and beyond this application. But one of the changes made is the 10th hole. I'm not a golfer, but I understand the 10th hole is now the 9th hole on the overall golf course, and it's been redesigned. So actually it's been shortened, and the rate of play has been extended past the residential development. So the risk of any errant golf balls or potential impacts of the golf course has been significantly reduced as a result of some of those redesign that occurred in 2024. So all of the mitigation measures that were identified through the golf spray analysis completed in support of this application have been already completed to date on the golf course lands.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was going to say, that might be with the exception of my use of mid-irons. So anyway, my final question is with regard to the affordable units. And again, I thank you as a member of the Affordable Housing Task Force and congratulate you on your thoughtfulness. But the question occurs to me is, if we are creating affordable units, how are we assured that they will be purchased by the right demographic and not that someone will just come along, first come, well, I'll get the cheapest one, whether they're within that demographic or not?
It's almost impossible for us to control who's buying what. We would certainly want to maintain affordable units throughout a marketing program, so we would not release all of them at the same time. I don't know how to reach out to the 60th or the 60th decile of consumers in particular. We reach out to the world and say, come to beautiful Collingwood. That's all I can say.
Thank you. I think that's going to be a question that the Affordable Housing Task Force may just have to start considering. Anyway, those are my questions. Thank you very much for your deference, Chair.
Yeah, all right. Anyone on any other committee members? Mayor Hamlin.
I just really wanted to say thank you to Mr. Hirsch and your company and to our staff. You've done an outstanding job with respect to a very difficult site with no public road frontage. Right. I recognize how difficult this has been, and I just want to thank everybody for doing such good work.
Thank you. All right. Any other members of the committee? I'll certainly just say all my comments have been echoed, but again, on the affordable housing piece, congratulations on that. It's certainly nice to see that there's lots of areas where people talk about it, but to actually see them come to fruition is something that's really important. So
we do.
Thank you on that. So if there's no more comments, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you all for your time. Much appreciated. And your comments. Thank you.
So at this point, committee, it's 4:45. I think our next reports are a little bit lengthy. So if we want to break for 30 minutes, so we will come back here for 5:15. Thanks. Okay, committee we will reconvene here. We will go to staff report 15.2.3 P 2025-14 servicing capacity allocation policy 2025 comprehensive review, and I will pass this to Director Valentine.
Thank you, Chair. If you are agreeable, I would like to defer my comments to the conclusion of Senior Planner Wu Cash's presentation. He'll take you through the details of the most recent comprehensive review of the SCAP, and if it's okay, I'll chime in at the end. Yep. Thank you.
Welcome, Senior Planner Wu Cash. Go ahead.
Thank you, Director Valentine, and good evening, Mayor and Council and community members, both, well, let's say watching at home. I'm glad you're all well fed now and probably in a great mood for this exciting presentation. So the town's servicing capacity allocation policy, which I'll refer to as the SCAP, sets out that a comprehensive review should be completed every 2 years. So the purpose of this staff report is to provide recommended improvements to the SCAP tool. Next slide, please. So the SCAP has been an effective tool to fairly and transparently allocate municipal water and wastewater servicing capacity where these finite resources are constrained. Staff feel that there are improvements that can be made, which will be shared today. The original SCAP was approved 3 years ago and amended a year later to streamline the process and to decouple planning approvals from servicing allocation decisions, making it easier for small scale and lower risk development to proceed. You'll recall we had allocated 80 single dwelling unit equivalents of water capacity at that time. I'll shorten that to SDUs, that acronym throughout the presentation. That was an annual bucket that was created for changes of use, for consents, and for accessory dwelling units, now called additional dwelling units, and they were exempted from the SCAP at that time. So this is a common theme, exempting lower risk types of development that we will continue to support today in the changes that we're proposing. Over the last 3 years, larger developments projects have been effectively allocated servicing capacity based on their merit-based evaluations, which has provided a solid body of experience to recommend any necessary amendments to be more effective. Next slide, please. So staff are of the opinion that in general, the SCAP is a well-functioning and appropriate policy, implemented through a system of batch approvals and exemptions for minor or low-risk development proposals, and it has resulted in an overall benefit to the community. We have made some key observations while implementing the SCAP over that time. For example, we found that infill, single-use, and small-scale projects represent the majority of the projects that have sought allocation, and these type of projects have generally lower scores than greenfield development, and it can be challenging to meet the 50% threshold. I want to remind everyone that the 50% threshold is not a pass or fail metric. Rather, it is designed to allow for relative merit-based comparisons where there is insufficient capacity to grant to all of the projects seeking allocation. So to date, there have been no shovel-ready development projects seeking servicing allocation that have not been granted capacity, nor have any projects been delayed until a future allocation batch. So the goal of this comprehensive review is to clarify, simplify, and reduce ambiguity, to streamline and lessen administration, to recognize and provide flexibility to support smaller scale infill and single-use projects. And we also wanted to acknowledge the SCAP's strengths and limitations, noting that it is a tool to derive maximum community benefits from projects, but cannot be inappropriately used to achieve municipal goals that are prohibited by legislation. One example would be inclusionary zoning, or regulated through other systems, processes, or documents like the official plan or zoning bylaw. So early consultation is very important. We reached out to the development community through the Georgian Triangle Development Institute, who polled their membership and provided some constructive feedback, which is attached to the report as Appendix C. Next slide, please. So what have we heard so far? This slide summarizes feedback received to date, which is summarized as follows. Some SCAP criteria are too subjective, and some go beyond expectations of the Planning Act. some SCAP criteria are not applicable to certain types of projects, such as infill, which can result in lower scores. And it was suggested that some criteria be considered not applicable and be removed from the total project score. There was also a request to eliminate the SCAP after the water treatment plant construction is completed towards the end of this decade. Staff considered this feedback in preparing the proposed amendments, and we also received feedback from a member of council with 2 points. The first was seeking clarity on the new term town administration, either through a definition or describing key qualifications. And staff would support adding clarifying terminology or a short definition to clarify that professional staff would be undertaking the administrative tasks required by the SCAP. So the second comment related to SCAP criteria A5, which assigns points for proximity to existing or planned transit routes. And the comment was that the criteria should ensure that the 400 to 800 meter proximity reference should be walkable and not as the crow flies with barriers to access. So staff can propose some language that would clarify this by way of an addition to language which would say something to the effect of which must include trail, road, or sidewalk access on the route within that radius of 400 to 800 meters, which is a 5 to 10 minute walk approximately. Next slide, please. So the next 2 slides highlight the proposed changes that staff are presenting today. The first point is to streamline allocation for small-scale development projects. So we're proposing that new projects or revisions to existing approvals of less than 10 SDU, as I mentioned, single dwelling unit equivalents of servicing capacity would be exempt from SCAP and an allocation decision. So this is consistent with previous decisions of council through the interim control bylaw for small-scale changes of use that did not require much water, and the current threshold for amendments to existing subdivisions that don't extend beyond 10 SDU of capacity. So this exemption threshold would have allowed several development projects, small-scale development projects that you've seen over the last several years to proceed much quicker. So coupled with the changes to the Planning Act to exempt small scale, aka 10 units, residential units or less, from site plan approval, this change will provide for streamlined approvals to support housing supply. So the next change is to facilitate infill and single-use development projects. And as mentioned, we continue to recognize that infill and single use, think industrial or commercial or residential only development projects can score lower than greenfield projects, generally experiencing difficulty in achieving the 50% merit-based scoring threshold. So it's proposed to explicitly acknowledge this, where with reasonable rationale provided, the town can exercise discretion to allocate to a project that scores less than 50% if it contributes to a complete community. So this has already been the practice of the town to date. You'll remember from our batch allocation reports that we have made those recommendations when appropriate, but we wanted to write it into the SCAP. So it was not deemed equitable to exempt certain types of projects from certain SCAP criteria to avoid adding complexity, with flexibility in this way being the preferred approach. So the third major change is to also provide flexibility for scoring mixed-use development proposals. So on the point of flexibility, we also suggest allowing flexibility for mixed-use projects by considering community impacts and benefits from the other use category if the 50% threshold is not met. So for a mixed-use development project, you either have to pick your scoring from the residential or the non-residential option. And sometimes that creates a bit of tension. And so by adding flexibility to sort of borrow from the other, it is helpful where the land use mix is a close split between residential or non-residential. Next slide, please. So we also propose to support other voluntary community benefits that are not already identified in the SCAP criteria. So we propose to add a new scoring category to encourage other benefits that contribute to a complete community or a priority in an endorsed master plan. But that's not captured in any category already. So we've suggested an additional 10 points be available in this category, and it would be added to the last section that speaks about community benefits. And examples of the types of things we're thinking of, but are not limited to, would be childcare facilities or public art or aging in place facilities. So those are all noted in the SCAP, but that's not a limiting list. The next change we're suggesting is to strengthen the scoring potential for housing, and specifically for affordable housing, for rental housing, or innovative housing. We all know the situation that our municipality and the province and beyond are in. So we're suggesting doubling the point allocations in these housing categories to further incentivize projects that support core housing needs and reflect a key priority of council and the public. So we're also suggesting to continue the use it or lose it approach to allocation. The key to this principle is to ensure performance for approved developments, which has been supported by the province through recent legislation. So the policies remain in the SCAP for subdivisions lapsing and are strengthened for conditional site plan approval lapsing. So next slide, please. So there are some sort of smaller stuff that I'll go through quickly. We've suggested a transition clause that recognizes existing development applications being subject to the old SCAP unless a substantial change is made. We're proposing to reduce the frequency of reporting to council on the hydraulic reserve capacity report to an annual report rather than twice a year. Town organizational and administration roles are clarified. We're suggesting aligning with development charge procedures where the SCAP would not be applicable where no municipal services are planned for the foreseeable future, which is approximately 5 years in the development charge world. We're also clarifying that consent and part lot control applications are exempt from SCAP. That extensions to capacity commitments in certain circumstances can only be made by council. And finally, we're proposing to establish the next comprehensive review period to be no later than 3 years from now, but could be sooner at council's discretion if you wish. Next slide, please. So we are seeking any additional feedback that the community may have on the proposed amendments outlined in the staff report and presented today. For ease of reference, there is a track change version of the SCAP document as Appendix B, which shows all the details of what I'm talking about today. And we ask that you please share any comments with myself by May 26th at the email address on the slide. Next slide, please. So typically, council accepts staff recommendations. If council accepts the recommendations in this report would be provided to council in 2 weeks for ratification. In this case, we're recommending an additional 2-week period be provided to report back to council in June so that we can gather any additional feedback that does come from the community to bring back to you and to further consider in the changes we're proposing. So we do recommend that the original bylaw approving the SCAP be further amended to insert this new version that is proposed today. So next slide, please. So I'll turn the presentation back over to Director Valentine now to wrap up with some key takeaways.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Senior Planner, and through the chair. We'd like to leave committee with 4 key concepts as you embark upon your deliberation of the recommended changes to the SCAP, being balance, reasonableness, appropriate flexibility, and legislative compliance. So if we start with balance, as the senior planner mentioned, since the SCAP came into effect in 2022, staff, yourself as council members, and the development community have worked quite hard and collaboratively to ensure that every shovel-ready development has been allocated the necessary capacity to move forward. And while SCAP and other capacity allocation tools admittedly will never be perfect, despite our commitment to continuous improvement, they are fulfilling their functions to provide a transparent and fair way for servicing capacity allocation decisions to be made by municipalities. And while continuous improvement is our goal and it's desirable, I think it's fair to say that staff would be somewhat disappointed if committee's decision and council's would be to repeal the SCAP or to replace it with significant modifications that would depart from the system that we have today. We see it as working effectively and striking a necessary balance between the needs of all stakeholders, including enough detail to make the necessary capacity allocation decisions, but not so many criteria or such a complex system that it actually ends up slowing down the development process within the town. With respect to reasonableness, yes, could the town move to a system that is less administratively burdensome, fully quantitative, and based on a first come, first serve basis? That would be a possibility. However, it's the opinion of staff that this merit-based system, though it inherently does include some subjectivity, represents a reasonable system to guide capacity allocation decisions towards those developments that most successfully contribute to a complete community during these times when we are challenged with limited capacity. The province, through Bill 185, has certainly supported municipalities in this regard. They amended the Municipal Act to explicitly give municipal councils the authority to adopt a policy that provides for allocation of both water and wastewater, includes criteria, like our system does, for the circumstances when capacity is allocated, when it can be withdrawn, and when it can be reallocated. So we call this the province's use it or lose it philosophy, and this does provide us further comfort and assurance that we're on the right track, that SCAP is in fact a reasonable tool. We talked a lot about appropriate flexibility. You read the data in the report, and you can see, as the senior planner indicated, that certain types of development have struggled to meet that 50% threshold. And although their merit-based score can be lower, these projects are still important contributors to complete communities. They're often generators of employment, or they provide for expansion opportunities for our local businesses and industry. So it has been suggested, why don't we have a separate SCAP for every possible development outcome? And, that is one way to go forward, but it would be quite difficult for staff, perhaps confusing for the public and the development industry, and likely to slow down approvals. So instead, what we've tried to do is embed appropriate flexibility within the SCAP so that when we see something different, we can explain why it's not meeting the merit-based criteria and why you as council might still want to consider allocation of capacity to that project. And then finally, we have legislative compliance. So it's important for us to underscore that the SCAP should be used for its legislative purpose, which is a tool to compare developments relative to one another so that we can make capacity allocation decisions when we're facing limitations. As the planner mentioned, the SCAP can't be used to extract or require certain benefits that the municipality couldn't otherwise obtain through another legislative tool. So the affordable housing example was raised. So we have been asked, why don't you make affordable housing a mandatory requirement under the SCAP? It just has to be provided. Unfortunately, that would be implementing what's called inclusionary zoning, and the town does not have the legislative authority to do so. So when you see these community benefits outlined in the SCAP, it's helpful to think of them as voluntary. So developers are giving additional benefits in order to boost their score and be more likely through our merit-based system to be allocated capacity. And at the same token, as mentioned, focusing a bit less on did we exceed or did we not exceed the 50% score? That is our desirable minimum threshold. It can be sometimes less important than how does one project compare to another when we're looking at the complete batch for capacity allocation decisions. So thank you, Chair, for that additional opportunity. That concludes my remarks, and Senior Planner Wukash and I would be happy to answer questions or provide more detail as needed.
Thank you. Great presentation. I don't see anybody in the gallery that wishes to address. Is there anyone online, Clerk Almas?
Thank you. Yes, there is. If you would wish to address the committee, please press the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. And now at this time, Chair Potts.
Thank you, Clerk Almas. I'll read in the recommendation that staff report P 2025-14, servicing capacity allocation policy 2025 comprehensive review 2025 dated May 12th, 2025 be received. And that the advancement of staff report P 2025-14 to council be delayed by a 2-week period to allow for any additional feedback from the community with appropriate changes to be incorporated into this report by amendment. And that bylaw 2022-025 as amended be further amended by council to replace Schedule A with the updated servicing capacity allocation policy in brackets SCAP dated May 12th, 2025 attached to staff report P 2025-14. Move over to Councillor Baines and a seconder, Councillor Jeffrey, and I'll open it up for questions to the committee. Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you to staff for including my 2 points in the feedback in the presentation. And I guess my question is through to the clerk is, do I need to ask the committee for an approval of making those 2 amendments into a staff have both said they support doing them, but I just want to know procedurally if I need to ask council to make those 2 amendments.
Clerk Almas.
Certainly, thank you. Without knowing the specifics, I would recommend that they become amendments to formally get into the changes.
All right. So loosely worded. I would like to propose that included in town administration just before we include the word either qualified or senior to help qualify or explain who's going to be making this decision. I know there was the complexity of many departments now having feedback into these approvals, and hence town administration was being used, but I would like to see qualified or senior appear ahead of town administration. And then the second amendment would be, I actually have staff's wording here. To add to, and I don't know the section, but it's where, A5, where adding to development represents transit supportive development based on density proximity, i.e. 400 to 800 meters measured by radius from the property boundary to existing or planned transit routes, adding, which must include trail/road/sidewalk access to the route within the radius.
All right, so if we can get a seconder for the first one, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Okay. Any comments on that? All right, and then I guess we'll vote on that one now. I'll vote all those in favor. All right, that's unanimous. And the second one, Councillor Ring, seconder. Any comments on the second one? All right, all those in favor. And that's unanimous. Okay. And does it, Councillor Baines, go ahead.
If I could just make a comment and then a question, I think to Director Valentine. The comment would be well done on this, and most particularly the consult, if you will, with the development industry. And I hope that in a year from now, if we approve that and you report back that this gap that was so evident between the applicant score versus staff score on the SCAP score will have lessened because obviously there was a disconnect between, if you will, the two parties as to how you evaluate these, but that'd be a great outcome if that's the case. My next question, I suppose, is more legal in the sense that talking about carrots rather than sticks, that should this, could we, I'm hesitant to ask this, if an applicant, particularly in a development, came in with, say, heat pumps rather than gas furnaces, could we use that in a favorable SCAP score, or potentially as an alternative, say, a corner store that we discussed in one development? Could that bump your SCAP score?
Director Valentine, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. The SCAP merit-based criteria does already have points related to conservation and sustainable development, such as energy efficiency, and heat pumps could certainly be included. So if that was something that the developer is willing to commit to, again, voluntarily, of course, as we've discussed many times, that could enhance the score. The convenience store example, this is part of the reason that the senior planner and I, as well as the larger project team, would recommend sort of that catch-all category. So if there's something that we haven't thought of, isn't commonly available through the other merit-based criteria, then a developer could be creative and could provide other community benefits and obtain up to 10 points for that type of offering.
Thank you for updating me on that.
Okay, Councillor Ring, and then Councillor Doherty.
Thank you very much, Chair Potts. Through you to, I'm not sure whether it would be Senior Planner Wukash or Director Valentine. I want to start by saying that I really like what you've done here with the SCAP policy. I got a couple questions, and first off, I'm really pleased that you doubled the point allocation for affordable, innovative, and rental housing units, because hopefully that will encourage more of all three of them to be part of the development. I have a question though. If you said it and I didn't hear it, or I didn't pick it up, what would exactly be innovative housing through whichever one? After that.
Senior Planner Wukash.
Sure, thank you. So I don't have a specific example in mind, but it would be something that is outside the box of our typical greenfield or infill type of development. So it could be a collaboration or a partnership, that's one potential, but it's something that is unique and would set it apart from sort of our typical products that we see. And Director Valentine has an additional comment.
Through you, Chair Potts, I wanted to share a really neat example that was pitched to us. It hasn't yet gone forward, so it wouldn't have crossed your desks, but in terms of aging in place. So sometimes if people want to stay in their homes longer, the bedrooms are typically upstairs and the washer and dryer is typically in the basement. So they wanted to design their units to ensure that there was at least one bathroom and bedroom on the main floor, and that laundry facilities were also on the main floor. That would allow the occupants to age in place in a more appropriate manner than having to go up and downstairs. So that was really innovative, something we hadn't heard about before, but that's an example of an approach that we would expect to help with attainability, affordability, and just general accessibility to housing.
Thank you very much. And follow up, if I may. Well, thank you very much again for including those three, because I think they're all needed and would help. I would like to just say though, is there any way that you've ever considered, or could we pull out the affordable housing out of that list of three and actually give them more points? Because I know that all rental units are needed, but I think we were seeing with a lot of developers, they don't mind putting in rental units. but they're having a hard time making them affordable. So I'm just wondering if we could try to encourage it by giving affordable housing, aside from those other two, even more points, SCAP points. Was that considered, or is it something we should even do? So again, whichever one would like to try to answer that.
Senior Planner, Director Valentine, go ahead.
Thank you, through Chair. It's certainly something we talked about. Our concern was that not every development will have affordable housing. So will that make other developments that don't have that component struggle even harder to reach the 50%? At the same token, this is Council's tool. We have doubled those SCAP scores in the 3 categories as mentioned by Nathan. But if you wish to further augment the affordability category, we can certainly do so. And as noted, we don't have to wait 3 years to come back at it and course correct if we find it's not working or there's some unintended consequence. We can certainly at an earlier date move back to what was recommended by staff. So certainly willing to try it, but the reason we stopped at essentially doubling the score is just because realistically not every development will have affordable housing.
Just one more thing.
Sure.
On that, if I may, we're seeing that they're not doing any affordable housing now, so that they're taking no scores now. So I'm saying that they're still doing rental units, and they still will get the rental units doubled, which is a bonus to what they're getting now for SCAP scores. I'm just trying to really augment the affordable thing and trying to see if we can create more affordable housing to get more points. And that's my only reason for making that suggestion. If they don't want to do the affordable housing, they're still going to double up, and they're just going to put rental units in, right? So I'd rather see them try to put some affordable units in there and get even more points. But that's an opinion that maybe I'm the only one that has.
So did you want to put forward an amendment on that?
Yeah, I would.
That,
if
we have a seconder for that portion, Mayor Hamlin. Any comments and discussion, Councilor Duran?
We've doubled them. I don't know how much more we would put that to make them justify maybe developers consider using them. I don't know. Do we have to give a percentage now?
So Director Valentine, do you have any suggestions in regards to this amendment? Please.
Thank you, Chair. No, it's not that. No, we're absolutely willing to try it. How to come up with a number. So it was originally 5 points. We doubled it to 10. Would you like to try 15 points? Does that seem reasonable? And again, we've heard committee's interest in this point score, and we'd certainly be amenable to reporting back, sooner than the 3-year cycle for a comprehensive review, and we can revisit this. But 15 would be my suggestion as where we might want to start.
You're good with
That's
that?
actually what I was going to suggest, but I just wanted to make sure that somebody had the same opinion.
You're good with that? All right. Any more comments on the amendment there? All right. All those in favor?
You need a second, or did you get? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, you did. Sorry. Thank you very much.
So that was unanimous on the amendment. Any other comments on the Councilor Doherty?
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, I'll speak very much in favor of this report and its recommendations and the amendments that have been proposed by my colleagues. I think they all make good sense. I did have 2 comments, actually 3. So I just wanted to ask, what would happen, or have we considered, if we make small projects under 10 units exempt, then what is to preclude small, large lot luxury home developments that, in principle, there's nothing wrong with that, but it certainly is not in keeping with our objectives to, densify. But if we allow all developments under 10 units to be exempt, then potentially we could be facing those kinds of applications, and that would fly in the face of what we're trying to achieve here. I'm wondering, is that something that's been considered? Is that something that's not likely to happen? I'd just like to ask staff to speak to that, please.
Senior Planner, go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, I know Dr. Valentine has a comment, and maybe I can augment it if need be.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So at this point in time, the Planning Act already exempts housing developments of less than 10 units from site plan control. So they go directly to building permits already today. So, and also we were exempting under the 2023 SCAP any changes to large scale developments that were less than 10 SDUs. So it seemed, appropriate, especially when we saw, I would use Oak Street as an example. I can't recall the address off the top of my head, but it was, residential apartment, rental apartments above and commercial on the ground floor. Quite a positive infill development, 5 SDUs. They had to wait for the batch. It was challenging for that small scale developer to maintain their finances as they were waiting for that decision. So that's the intent. Going back to, we might have other tools for community benefits. I would encourage committee to look at our zoning bylaw update. And if there's a maximum square footage for housing, that might be a better way to get at your concern, Councillor Doherty, in terms of the luxury, very large mansions instead of having, multiple units or smaller lots. So perhaps some thinking for the zoning bylaw review rather than the SCAP. That would be my perspective at this time.
Okay, thank you. So I will keep that in mind when we start talking about the comprehensive zoning bylaw. My second question is why are we reducing the frequency of the hydraulic reserve report? I think it's speaking as one member of council, I find that report to be very useful. Certainly gives us a perspective of where we are in terms of development applications and our capacity. And I'm just wondering why we would have reduced that report requirement to once a year.
Yeah, so that change was recommended by growth and development team. And I think the reason was, one, to reduce administrative sort of work. Second was to recognize that only once annually were they doing all of the sort of like larger calculations of how much hydraulic capacity reserve was available. So I think that was probably in the first one of the year, which usually is in and around March. February-March timeframe. That's when they set sort of the annual allocation for the year and kind of project out 4 or 5 years about how much capacity was used last year and what the outlook is for the upcoming year. So I think they felt that task was only done once a year in the early one, so the recommendation was to kind of reduce the administrative toll of that second report, which didn't sort of do that detailed analysis. So, we're willing to sort of look at it again. It was sort of discussed and debated, what's the value of having 1 versus 2? And if council ultimately feels that you would prefer to keep the 2, then we can certainly keep that as an option.
If I could follow up, I guess my primary concern would be if we would wind up with some surprises. If in a particular year, suddenly it looks like we're tracking to exceed. And would that be something that would be picked up anyway, or would it be advantageous to include that second annual report so that something like that could be picked up before it becomes a problem?
Yeah. I think when we come back to council in a month's time, we can certainly include some commentary from our engineering folks about kind of what the risks are for that sort of thing, and have, again, reboot the conversation about the value of 1 versus 2, and maybe provide a bit more context around your questions for consideration.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. And then just one other, it's not a comment, it's not a question, it's a comment. And it did come up with our 180 Vacation Inn Drive proponent, and that is, how do we ensure that affordable housing provided is consumed or purchased or rented by the demographic that it was meant for? That is not a question that we can answer here, but it is certainly a question that I think that we should wrestle with, and I will be taking it to the Affordable Housing Task Force for consideration. Thank you. Those are my questions and comments.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Mayor Hamlin.
I just wanted to follow up on something Director Valentine said about the project on, I think it was Oak Street. And I'm just wondering if it's possible to build flexibility into our process so that if someone needs allocation before the time it would be typically allocated, we could accommodate that. Because it'd be a shame to lose projects because of that. Thank you.
Director Valentine, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Typically, we do bring forward projects in a batch process that allows council to compare one project to another. I think if there was an emergency where there was a strong likelihood of loss of the project or loss of a community benefit, staff would certainly bring that forward outside of the batch process. So it wouldn't be our normal process. We certainly don't want to make it so everyone's asking for that type of exception. But if we did find something that seemed quite meritorious to bring forward, we would do so. And the SCAP itself does not dictate the number of batches per year. We've left that completely flexible depending on how many development applications we get and the circumstances around those applications.
Thank you. And thanks for that. My last comment really is for Councillor Doherty and the Affordable Housing Task Force, because as I've been sitting here, I thought there's actually 3 things we need to consider about these affordable housing allocations. And so if the committee could think about it, one is, do we have a process at the town to follow up to make sure they're provided? Right. And then the second one is, what you've raised already. Can we ensure that they're sold to the people we want them to? And then the third part is, how can we ensure that they're affordable beyond the original buyer, if they're a buyer? Because we don't want to be allowing anyone to be speculating. Right. So there are ways to address these, and I'm happy to join in the discussion, but I just thought I'd raise them while they're on my mind. Thank you for the indulgence.
Yep. All right. Any last comments or questions? So we've completed all the amendments. So I'll call the vote. We're on the motion as amended. All those in favor? And again, that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, 15.2.4 T 2025-06, 2024 draft financial review, and Treasurer Graham.
Thank you, Chair Potts. And I do have a presentation for this report. Wonderful. Next slide, please. Good evening, Chair Potts, Mayor Hamlin, Deputy Mayor Fryer, members of council. I'm pleased to present a high-level overview of the town's 2024 year-end financial results. This summary focuses on key takeaways related to operations, capital, salary, investment, and grants, and reflects our continued commitment to transparency and fiscal responsibility. The staff report does go into more detail for all areas as well. The year-end audit is well underway. Internal figures are showing a positive year, a 1.5 million surplus on the tax side and nearly 3.9 million from our non-tax supported services. We also saw strong investment performance and exceptional success in securing grant funding aligned with council priorities. Next slide, please. First, we'll look at the operating budget for tax-supported services only, which is unaudited and showing a surplus of 1.54 million. Revenue growth played a big role in the tax-supported surplus. We saw strong performance in facility rentals, planning fees, and investment returns from the sale of a PPN. These were offset by transfers from reserves and GCs, which were below budget, as they were intended to fund projects that were deferred to 2025. These results reflect a combination of continued community use of the town assets and staff's proactive financial management, including recognizing opportunities like the PPN gain. Next slide, please. On the expense side, under expenditures were primarily tied to timing and capacity. Contract work was delayed, especially for the mobility and growth planning related projects. Court of Revision saw fewer MPAC adjustments, which led to lower minutes of a settlement than anticipated. This can be a tricky area to budget, and we note that years in which MPAC does do the assessment, the town sees a lot more. Milder weather meant reduced material costs for winter maintenance. Again, this is for 2024 and not the winter we just had. And salaries and benefits were significantly under budget, and that's explored further along in the slides. Offsetting pressures included an increase in repairs and maintenance for buildings throughout the municipality, with the most significant cost related to social housing at 145 High Street, and an overall increase in staff overtime. And while we don't plan for surpluses, they can happen from time to time as costs, priorities, and funding shift. In 2024, we saw strong returns from our investments and received helpful grant funding, which means unexpected revenues, which is a good thing. At the same time, we face challenges with staffing vacancies. Staff is actively working to fill these gaps and keep important projects moving for our community. Staff do follow a clear policy for using our surplus, and the allocation will be presented on May 26th in the staff report, statement of reserves and reserve funds. Planning ahead, we are preparing to move to a multi-year operating budget beginning in 2026 as part of the work that's being done in the long-term strat financial plan. This will help us provide a clear long-term financial roadmap, and it will help us plan more strategically to manage our resources over time and give residents a better sense of where our taxes are heading in the future years. Next slide, please. The non-tax supported services collectively generated a significant surplus of 3.85 million in 2024. A substantial portion, of this came from the Water Services Division, which saw 2.4 million surplus due to strong revenue performance, including higher residential and commercial usage and lower than expected expenditures tied to the deferral of several large maintenance and equipment projects. It's important to note that while the surplus is above budget, it is consistent with actuals from prior years. As well, Council passed the water and wastewater rate study in the fall of 2024 with the rate increases beginning in 2025, but it has directed staff that a new rate study be completed in 3 years and not the 5 years. Lessons learned from these 2024 actuals will be incorporated into future financial planning and rate design. Wastewater services also contributed strongly to the surplus, driven by a significant increase in public disposal fees and lower costs across multiple areas, including utilities, contracted services, and salaries and benefits. Parking revenue also exceeded expectations due to higher demand across all areas, hourly and daily parking, monthly permits, and fines. And conversely, building permits underperformed, but were partially mitigated through savings in professional services. The business licensing service had a shortfall in anticipated revenues from our short-term accommodations and was offset by lower cost of staff allocated to the service and to other services such as parking and bylaw. Next slide, please. Moving on to salaries and benefits. In total, and after incorporating the budget reduction of the $390,000, which we have set for naturally occurring attrition, salaries and benefits were under budget by $818,000. It is important to highlight that this variance in salaries and benefits should not really be interpreted as a cost savings, but more of a reflection of the staffing and resource challenges that the town faced throughout the year. Many departments impacted by turnover, delayed recruitments, or positions held vacant for extended periods. While this created some short-term underspending, it also reduced the capacity to complete some planned work, support service enhancements, and maintain continuity. The pressures on existing staff led to increased overtime that we saw on the first slide. As we look forward, filling key vacancies and stabilizing staffing levels remains essential, not just to meet our service expectations, but to support staff's well-being and ensure sustainable delivery of our services and projects. Next slide, please. Capital budget was underspent by 43%. Most of this is due to timing to multi-year grant-dependent projects. A detailed appendix is included in the staff report by project. In the case of deferral of projects, funds are carried forward to complete the work in future years. Project management and capacity are focus areas as we moved into 2025 and 2026. Next slide, please. Our investment portfolio continues to perform strongly. The town took advantage of favorable market conditions in Q4 by selling a strong PPN and reinvesting the funds in a stable and secure GIC. The town remains well positioned with a diversified policy compliant portfolio that balances return and capital protection. And finally, good news story, grant funding was a major success for the town in 2024, with $82 million of grants confirmed. Applications are still under review with to potentially support further improvements, and where funding wasn't approved, staff are exploring other options. This work ensures strategic goals can be met without overburdening our local taxpayers. And next slide. So in summary, we closed 2024 in a strong financial position. Despite challenges, the town advanced key goals and are better informed for 2025 and for the 2026 budget. Staff appreciates council's ongoing support as we continue to steward public funds responsibly. Insights and lessons learned from 2024 will be incorporated into our 2025 planning and 2026 and beyond. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I don't see anyone in the gallery. Clerk Almus, is there anyone online? There's no one online. I'll read in the recommendation. The staff report T 2025-06, 2024 draft financial review be received. Gonna move in. Deputy Mayor Fryer, Councillor Doherty, and then I'll open it up. Deputy Mayor Fryer, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Potts. And first, I want to thank Treasurer Graham and your staff for all the hard work in bringing forward these excellent financial results of 2024 performance. To begin, I would first express appreciation for just what you mentioned about the goal of multi-year budgeting beginning in 2026. As you say, that's part of the Strategic Financial Plan initiative, and very pleased with the ongoing efforts in that regard too. With the report, it's now indicating a $1.54 million surplus of tax-supported service and approximately $3.8 million non-tax for 24, which are higher than what we used in 25 tax budget and the updated water and wastewater rate study deliberations. So I had a couple of questions on contributing factors per the analysis you've given us in the report. And the first one is about the taxation revenue, which it was for specific purposes, that's page 5, and it's the second bullet. It appears to me that mostly all of the net $257,000 surplus is a result of the lower court of revision costs, the $281,000. wondered if you could give us a little more detail about that from the perspective of, was it a normal cost for the year? It just had been a higher estimate based on whatever factors. And then the second part of that would be, how does that kind of factor into 2025's estimate as far as you're concerned?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'd be happy to answer that. It is a very difficult area to budget. Traditionally, we had MPAC assessing every 4 years. We haven't had that since 2016. So we haven't had as many residents going for appeals to MPAC to say, I think we've been overassessed on our property. So as a result, we had budgeted too high of an expense and actuals came in. 2025 has the same level. So this could happen again in 2025. We're not sure when MPAC's going to do that reassessment. We have to keep somewhat of a buffer based on actuals over the last few years, but until we actually have our MPAC reassessment, it will be difficult to know, and it does sort of smooth itself out over time. Some years we're a little bit higher, some years we're a little bit under. It's a science for this one. It's hard to budget.
Just to follow up on that particular one, I totally agree with the department's decision that they need to keep it in there because hundreds of thousands of dollars is significant money. But
it is.
When you're talking taxation revenue, it's a half, or not a half, 3/4%, I guess. So I appreciate the information on that. Under community safety, it notes that there's a $195,000 deficit. And one of the major reasons we're all familiar with, it was the 2025 OPP billing, which included an adjustment for 2023, which you've listed in your explanation as being a contributing factor to the deficit, right? So I wondered, because I know we talked about this, because one of my frustrations when we were trying to deal with that major surprise of the billing, I worried about 2024, right? Because they bill that adjustment 2 years later, right? And that I know we talked about it, but did you decide to put an estimate accrual in for 2024?
Go ahead.
Through you to Deputy Mayor. We did not put one in. It is, again, one that this took us for a huge surprise, the 2023 expense. In the past, we've actually seen the opposite, where it's a little bit of a revenue source that we've overpaid. So this is the first time that I've seen it, and I could be wrong because that it's actually been underbilling. What shows for 2024, it's hard to predict because I think you're onto it when we look at what the province did to help us and help all municipalities by lowering our fees for 2025. That might come back to hurt us and other municipalities, and we might see a more significant cost when we're looking at this in 10 months and we get the 2024 billing adjustment. But in 2025 budget, no, we did not make a consideration for that.
Follow up if I may. You got into the second part of my question, and that was the concern about the adjustment, because really all it was lowering the amount that they were asking us for. Would you consider taking another look at it since you do have the increased surplus? Do you think it's necessary? I understand totally what you've said about in the past. It's actually been a credit, and I think it was probably where they were giving us a billing estimate that they knew was probably a little high, and then that adjustment would come in. But I think the opposite's happened with 25. So I'm just wondering what your thoughts are about that, since you have the extra surplus compared to what we had in budget.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to Deputy Mayor. I would be happy to do that. One of the largest increases for having the 2023 overbilling was the contract union negotiations with the OPP and the overtime. So that cost is a little bit mitigated when we look forward, and I don't think we'll see that in 24 as much, but certainly I can do that exercise and look to see if maybe we should be keeping a portion in the general reserve and not allocating out to the life cycle reserve as per our allocation policy to account for that. I'd be happy to look into that in more detail.
I'm fine if you, I just know you're going to look at it.
Yeah.
I don't need to put anything on the table about that or anything. It was something that I thought about. So before I finish off, if I could, just going to talk a little bit about the financial position of Collingwood at the end of 2024. And you were able to give us a little bit of information on an email question I asked. And could you just review what has happened in regards to the financial position? I understand it's still draft, but I know at this stage that you have every confidence the numbers are looking pretty solid. So could you just review that as far as what information you provided to us in the email?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I would be happy to. The net financial position should see an increase in 2024 over 2023 by approximately $4 million. And just as a refresher, the net financial assets is the difference between our assets and our liabilities. It does not include our TCA or prepaid expenses. Part of the reason we've seen an increase is we have a positive investments, we have more cash flow, but why it hasn't jumped the full amount, we also, which you'll see in June when we review our financial statements, we have a little bit more accounts receivable too for taxes. Every municipality is seeing that where our tax receivable is actually increasing a little bit. It's not alarming. We're still well below the Ontario threshold of risk, but that contributes a little bit to that as well.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll just close with, you mentioned in the email about the fact that we do have the unfunded liability of the terminals within the numbers, which is almost $15 million, that if we're successful with our endeavors with the terminals, that'll come off and improve the financial position even more. And I'm already very proud of the financial position that Town of Collingwood has. So congratulations again on the work towards the 2024 performance. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. I'm just going to turn to Clerk Holmes here. So in regards to the Deputy Mayor asking for a review, does that need an amendment?
Thank you. In my opinion, I think it would require an amendment if it's looking for the treasurer to undertake additional work or investigation. I don't know the complexity of it, but if it's not something that you normally would have done, it would require council direction.
Oh, sorry. I just spoke without. Is that?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. I apologize for not waiting. It is something we normally would do towards Q3 when we're looking at our budget and we're looking at the economic situation when we're looking for 2026. It won't take us very long to look at this sooner. So if it is a motion, it could just be a departmental update or even an email. I don't think it would be a staff report for this.
Chair, I'm not going to make a motion. I brought it up. The treasurer told me she didn't take a look at it.
Okay. Thanks. I just wanted to double check to ensure that
I appreciate that.
Following the process. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I did send all of my questions for finance ahead of time because I knew this was a pretty big night. And I'm not sure. Anyway, they were kind of important to me when I was reading through it. But the capital projects in our budgeting process is the thing that kind of drives me crazy a bit, knowing that every year we just aren't able to complete. So the part that's always important for me are the projects that don't end up getting completed that have that tax impact portion to it. So it's almost like forced reserves or asset planning in terms of, because we continue to carry forward those amounts. So I guess I think I might have seen it in one of your bullets, but I'm not sure, was how much in dollars of the incomplete projects, if any, had tax rate impacts that we budgeted?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Jeffrey. We had budgeted just under $900,000 to come from tax support in 2024. We completed $331,000, so there was a deficit of $547,000. Part of it are projects that we thought we were going to start in 2024, and they've been pushed forward, like the amphitheater, seasonal washrooms, business development center, HVAC replacement is another significant one. Some neighborhood park replacements and enhancements is $200,000. So there's some significant ones. I will say that I fully agree with you, and we're doing a lot of work with AMP, and we're doing a lot of work on the 2026 budget and the long-term strat plan, where we're looking at our capital in more detail. We're going to have better descriptors of what the capital projects are and the timing of it, and looking at our DCs, because growth has slowed down so significantly in Collingwood, and not just Collingwood, everywhere. So when we're looking at our capital projects, we want to make sure there's growth supporting it. If it's a DC growth, is it something that we have the capacity to do as staff? And is it something that council approves too? So there will be more work done in capital for the 2026 and going forward budget through the asset management plan, which we're in excellent hands for that as well. So it definitely will be more detailed.
Yeah, thank you. So I really appreciate that response and insight. And then just the other thing in terms of the salary overtimes in 2024 actuals, and I understand the backfilling in terms of delay of hiring and those kinds of complications, but is it a reasonable assumption that none of those overtime costs would be linked with operational staff to capital projects in the relevant departments, given the low return on completed projects?
Through you to Councillor, yes, that's very reasonable. We saw very little salaries allocated to the capital projects that were done. It could be a reason, though, with the staffing constraints that we had, why we weren't able to do it. But overtime cost were not directly tied to capital. It's more the opposite, why projects weren't getting completed.
Thank you. That's it.
Everything. Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right. I'll call a vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thanks. And you're back up on 15.2.5. So the T 2025-07 2024 debt report. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Potts. I'm actually going to hand this over to Manager Weber. I think everyone here has had a chance to meet him informally, but this is his first presentation to COW, and we're happy to have him here. Thank you.
Welcome. Go ahead anytime.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of council, and any residents who may be watching at home right now. So this report, and perfect, it's on there. It's an annual report presented to council to give an overview of the outstanding debentures and loans for the town. So the balance of debt at the end of 2024 is 12.1 million, which is a decrease of 2.9 million from the $15 million balance that was at the end of 2023. Next slide. To give a bit of a background history, on August 21st, 2017, Council adopted the debt management policy, which identified the following goals. Total tax-supported debt servicing costs as a percentage of town-owned source revenues shall not exceed 7%. Total water rate supported debt servicing costs as a percentage of water utility-owned source revenues shall not exceed 7%. Total wastewater rate supported debt servicing costs as a percentage of wastewater utility owned source revenue shall not exceed 7%. In 2024, the town issued no new debt, and all existing debt that the town currently has will be off the books by 2034, with exception to the debt that is a result of the sale of Collis Power Stream, which goes until 2043, but that is repaid on a monthly basis by EPCOR through a reimbursement agreement. At the end of 2024, there is also no capital projects where debt issuance has been committed as a funding source. Overall, as you can see, the debt servicing percentage for the town is 5.3%, and it's been trending down over the last few years. This is primarily due to the fact that there's been no new debt issuances, and the own source revenues have increased. For anyone who's unfamiliar, own source revenues are revenues that government raises by levying taxes, user fees, or by generating business or other income. It is all amounts of money received by government from external sources, net of refunds and other correcting transactions. It does not include money from the issuance of debt, grants, development charges, gain or loss on sale of capital assets, or the sale of investments. I want to point out that any 2024 numbers quoting for the own source revenues are estimated at this time because the 2024 FIR is not completed. However, it's expected that the numbers will be very close. Next slide. Tax supported debt at the end of 2024 is 5.6 million, which is a reduction of 1.5 million from 2023. The estimated own source revenues for 2024 are 48.7 million for tax In 2024, the town paid $3.1 million in tax-supported debt principal and interest payments. And that means that the debt servicing percentage, you can see, is 6.54%, which is below the 7% target set by the town. Next slide. Water rate supported debt at the end of 2024 is $322,000, which is a reduction of $80,000 from 2023. Wastewater rate supported debt at the end of 2024 is $1.06 million, which is a reduction of $815,000 from 2023. Estimated own source revenues for water and wastewater is $8.9 million and $9.3 million, respectively. In 2024, the town paid principal and interest payments of $102,000 and $261,000, respectively, for water and wastewater debt. This means that the water and wastewater support debt have debt servicing percentages of 1.14% and 2.8%, which are both well below the 7% set by the debt management policy. And that concludes my presentation. I thought I'd get it nice and quick for you guys. It's been a long day. I'll take any questions.
Thank you for that. I don't see anyone in the gallery, and I don't believe there's anyone online, correct? So I will read in the recommendation. The staff report T 2025-07, 2024 debt report be received for information. Get a mover and seconder, Mayor Hamlin, second by Councillor Ring, and I'll open up for questions. Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So through to Manager Weaver or potentially Treasurer Graham. I just had one little question in terms of the internal borrowing. Perhaps it's not significant enough, or perhaps it was paid off, but I was wondering why we don't refer or record the funds borrowed from parking to bylaw for the enforcement of the STA licensing rollout.
Certainly. Sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yep. All right. So yeah, I can answer that. So in 2024, from the parking reserve for STA licensing, $208,000 was borrowed, and it's expected to borrow another $48,000 in 2025. One of the reasons it wasn't included is the terms of repayment are still being decided. However, I am more than happy to issue an addendum to include in the staff report, just with the note in there that the payment terms are still being worked on.
And through you, and I appreciate that, because I think that's our most open and transparent way of recording that. That's great. So, you know, I know all the pain that went with that decision. I think it was around 2015 was short-term pain for long-term gain. And I think it's put us in a, considering the size of the projects we have ahead of us, that this is a great report, and we're in a great position in terms of some of the projects we have going forward. So thank you.
Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Thank you, Mary, very much, Chair. And I'm not sure who to direct this question to, Manager Weaver or Treasurer Graham, but at one point in time, we were anticipating that we would have to issue debt for the expansion of the water treatment plant. And I, as reading the detail of the staff report, I got the impression that maybe that was not a consideration right now. I wonder if you could speak to that, or will we anticipate issuing debt at some point for the water treatment plant and also potentially for the wastewater plant?
Go ahead, Treasurer Graham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Doherty. We don't anticipate it in the next year and a half to issue debt for either projects. However, when we continue our work with our AMP and our long-term strat plan, that's when we'll start to see a little bit more concrete of when we expect to see it. So we will be more likely than not having to issue debt for the wastewater treatment plant. The water one is still, we're still hopeful for some more funding potentially as well.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Chair Potts. And I can't be more pleased than looking at the slope of that debt reduction line, I guess, and the decreasing debt, especially when it's working its way to zero. And my thought had been, again, we talked about the strategic financial plan and how having ourselves in this kind of debt situation gives us so much option on, and we can study it through our financial plan on how to hopefully mitigate any impacts if there is a major infrastructure program that is going to need to have some borrowing done. So as I said, the slope going down like that to zero is fantastic, and we're in very good shape for some pretty big projects that we've got coming up. So again, congratulations on the work in that regard.
Any other questions or comments on this report? Nothing. All right, I'll call a vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And 15.2.6 T 2025-08 Q1 financial update, and it's back to you, Treasurer Graham.
Thank you, Chair Potts. This presentation provides a high-level overview of the town's financial position as at March 31st. At the end of Q1, our overall results are aligned with our expectations. Timing variances and seasonal effects are evident, but there are no significant concerns that have been identified so far. Oh, and I forgot to say next slide, or wait. Can we please go to slide 3, please? Next slide. Thank you. Operating revenues and expenditures are generally aligned with the budget at this point in the year. Our interim taxation explains the higher revenue collection early in the year, where 50% of prior year has been billed. Most departments are underspent primarily due to delays in projects and seasonal staffing, and this is a pattern that's consistent with prior years, and we look at this at Q1 every year. Next slide, please. Again, our salaries and benefits are under budget overall, but not significantly. We're seeing some of our key positions filled. Our infrastructure team is whole. We have our director in place now and our managers, which is a great news story. But some of it is just reflecting of seasonal positions. So a lot of our park staff start in Q2, and so it's nothing overly concerning at the moment. So while overtime is slightly higher in areas like winter control and safety, overall expenditures for overtime remain in budget. And again, as we saw in our year-end review, it's important to emphasize that the variance is not actually a savings, but it's just a temporary impact due to capacity challenges from our vacancies. Next slide, please. Our capital expenditures in Q1 total 9.6 million, which is 8% of the capital plan. This is typical for this point in the year. A lot of our projects are in procurement or in the design stages. And as expected, the water treatment plant expansion accounts for the majority of the spend that we've seen to date. Actually, 8.3 million of the 9.6 million. Next slide, please. For investment, this is where we actually have seen some significant activity. The town realized 4.16 million in gains from maturing and repositioned investments in the first quarter. In response to the market volatility and declining interest rates, the town transitioned $25.9 million from higher risk principal protected notes into a laddered GIC strategy, wherein $5 million mature each year over the next 5 years. This strategy balances yield, liquidity, and risk management by enhancing predictability of returns. The new portfolio yields approximately 4%, generating nearly $1 million in annual interest income before we reinvest the proceeds each year. It supports our long-term financial stability, and it preserves our capital, and it enhances our predictability, which is really important in this economic condition that we're facing. And next slide, please. The town is continuing to aggressively pursue grants. So far in 2025, in the first quarter alone, we've submitted over $19 million in funding requests. Only 128 so far has been confirmed to date, but we're actively managing 83 million from previously secured grants, and we're hopeful that some of these will see success. We had 2 small applications that were not approved, but we remain focused on aligning our applications with strategic priorities directed by council and our community-based strategic plan. And finally, in closing, our Q1 financials show that we are on track. We will continue to monitor trends and prepare a more detailed update for mid-year. With capital projects and seasonal hiring ramping up in Q2, staff will be focused on the execution and ensuring alignment with our budget and strategic goals. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that. And again, I don't see anyone in the gallery, and I don't believe there's anyone online. So I will read in the recommendation that staff report T 2025-08 quarter one financial update be received. Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Doherty, any questions? Deputy Mayor Fryer, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Potts. And when we talked about financial position just a moment ago, I didn't bring up what you had provided in information in this report. I think it's Appendix B, where you detailed the PPN situation and that. But I wanted to highlight that you show a gain of almost $5 million, unrealized gain. So again, that's not in the 44 million that we are showing as a financial position. The year before, there'd been almost $6 million unrealized loss. And at the time when we were talking about it, about this time last year, the rates had already started to move. So we knew that that was a large number, but we knew it had improved already. But as you went through the year and those rates continued to climb and put yourself into that situation at the end of the year, you made the decision to remove some of the overall PPN investment, and you've gone over the amount of interest that that's brought in. And I know your intention is on next meeting when we're doing reserves, you'll be giving us a little more detail about the allocation of the interest and things like that. So I do agree fully with the decision about the sale, because I just always would struggle by those large numbers, and they could fluctuate. That's an $11 million fluctuation in the 2 years. And we know the rates are decent right now still, but the volatility is just so hard to sit there and deal with. So I again fully support the decision in that regard, and the first quarter looks great as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Chair Potts. So through to the treasurer, one question that I did not send through, and I apologize for this, was I'm just wondering, when we look at it, like $4 million looks like a lot of money on a return on the, I think it was the PPNs or what, I mean, and it is a lot of money, but annualized, it would help me to know what that annualized return was to compare it with the GIC rates that we've locked into. Because some people might say, oh, those rates look low, but annualized, that 4 million might be somewhere. And I don't need it tonight. I'm just saying going forward, it might be easier for us to compare apples with apples on those investments. But the one I did send through, and here's me back to capital projects again, but we have a very long and inclusive list of capital projects for 2025. And I'm wondering if it, and I think I've already heard you say you're doing it, so if it would be possible or feasible to add a column showing forecast of completion to year end as it changes over the year, as it changes quarterly, particularly identifying those that have the tax rate impacts budgeted. And through you, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you. I was just looking to see if I could get the rate of return for the PPNs quickly. So I do. So it averaged, the four that were sold averaged 4% annually over the term that we had them. So they did okay. We sold them at a really opportune time. We were able to get into GICs that we can't get into now. And we have that secured for the next 5 years. So it was great. Could they have done better had we waited? Maybe, maybe not. This took all risk away with that decision. The tariffs and everything else that's going on has just made it so unpredictable that, to be prudent, it made more sense to have something that is stable, that our goal is to beat inflation, to preserve our capital wealth in our investments, but maybe not necessarily knock it out of the park, which maybe we could have. Maybe is the key word there. So that's the amount. She answered that first question.
And just as a follow-up, I mean, I'm over the moon on that. I think that's great.
Yeah.
I think we did really well on that, and by getting rid of the risk. So no, I'm happy. It just helps, I think, the public or anybody who might be interested in that to see what we were comparing in terms of the return.
So thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. And then through the chair to you, Councillor Jeffrey, as well. Yes, it's very helpful for us to include that information. So we'll absolutely include that column and just give a status update of each project. So it's easier to, it's just a little bit more open and transparent for the public as well to see where we are with some of our major capital projects. Because this 2025 was the highest capital project the town has ever passed.
Thank you.
Good. Any other Mayor Hamlin, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I've been asked by several residents what we've spent on snow clearing because of all the snow we've had in the early part of 25 and how this is going to impact our budget. There's a lot of worry out there. So I just thought perhaps you could put our minds at rest or not.
Go ahead, Treasurer Grant.
Thank you, Chair Potts. Through you to Mayor Hamlin. Good news and bad news. Yes, we are over budget considerably for our winter snow plowing, snow removal, and sidewalk snow removal for this time. The good news is, though, we keep a winter control stabilization reserve for this very instance where we have 350,000 set aside in case there are years where we have a significant snowfall, because again, with climate change and the environment is very difficult to predict. So at the end of Q1, we are $220,000 over budget so far on our snow plowing. If we have a very early winter, that might increase a little bit. Will it increase another 130,000? Very doubtful. I think we'll have more than enough to cover in our winter stabilization reserve. And just to compare to prior year, we're about $170,000 more compared to 2024, where we had a less seasonable winter, where it was a lot milder.
I'll just say that's a great idea, having a winter stabilization reserve fund.
It's certainly helpful.
We had that. That's very awesome. For those who didn't hear, he said we should call it a slush fund. Oh,
that's everything.
Okay, I have a second question, which is I heard there's some 19 million in grant applications that we have outstanding. And it was made clear to me by the federal housing minister when he was in town about 2 months ago that for significant grants, there's a political aspect to this, and I should be in the cabinet minister's offices and so on, and he would help if it was housing. So I'm just wondering if a list can be made available for what departments and what levels of government. And I'm happy to meet with whatever staff person I should, but if there's work I should be doing on that front, I'd like to know and I could get at it. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, of course.
That's it. Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Just a quick follow-up based on some of the input from others, because I didn't go into detail, but since details being made about extra cost, I think I'd like to say, because as you said, we want to be transparent. When we talked about those investment sales and the return that you have, that hasn't been budgeted for, and the likelihood is that you're going to be approaching $1 million of interest investment revenue that wasn't in the budget. And so when I thought about the winter and the winter you had, not thinking about the stabilization reserve, I knew you had counter on the other side, right? So I just wanted to say that. I was anticipating getting into that one next meeting when you have the other report here, but I wanted to add that because we have been talking about some of the extra costs, and there's always those things that you weren't predicting, and they came out the way they are. But I think we're in pretty good shape because of that. So thank you, Chair.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll just add a comment to the Deputy Mayor's comment. You're right. You're absolutely correct. Roughly around 1 million, 20% of the investment is not budgeted for. So while we have this winter stabilization reserve, we need to replenish it. So we can take it from it this year and it will cover it. But when we have our surplus allocation, and it is something that through the long-term strat financial plan that we're looking at every single finance policy that we have and updating it to be timelier and more relevant. A lot of these policies were introduced, 10 plus years ago. We might want to say 350 isn't enough. We haven't really ever had to use it. It likely is okay, but council will have that opportunity to look at it at that point again as well too.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? No, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And again, that's unanimous. Thank you for your reports tonight.
Thank you.
I don't think we have any unregistered deputations for the public here and online. Nothing. Okay. 15.4, reports, minutes of other committees and boards. And the recommendation is that the following minutes of other committees and boards be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. The minutes for Trails and Active Transportation Advisory Committee, April 10th, 2025. The minutes for the Museum Advisory Committee, April 17th, 2025. And the minutes for the Collingwood Heritage Committee, April 3rd, 2025. Can I get a mover and a seconder on those? Councillor Doherty, second by Councillor Ring. Any questions, comments on any of these? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. 15.5, older deferred business. 15.5.1, update regarding the Downtown Collingwood BIA Board of Directors recommendation. Director Cubitt.
Thank you, Chair Potts. I believe we have a little slideshow to provide tonight. I appreciate that the Arts Center feasibility study has spanned multiple phases over multiple years. So when a request such as this comes up, I can appreciate that it'd be helpful to provide council and the community with an overview of the location assessments that have taken place to date. Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you. In phase one of the Arts Center feasibility study, 12 locations were assessed for suitability. These were the Business Development Center, Collingwood Museum, Eddie Bush Memorial Arena, the Federal Building, Harborview Park, Leisure Time Club, Grain Terminal Site, Collingwood Public Library, Simcoe Street Theatre, and 3 downtown parking lots. Next slide, please. Of these, the following 6 were evaluated further in phase 2 of our study. These were the Grain Terminal Site, Leisure Time Club, Eddie Bush Memorial Arena, 48 St. Marie Street parking lot, 140 St. Marie Street parking lot, and 101 Pine Street parking lot. Next slide, please. These sites were studied by JIMO, the heritage architects that worked alongside Nordicity, and they were assessed through a site selection evaluation framework. The framework consisted of factors including current use and availability, which removed Eddie Bush Memorial Arena from consideration, and infrastructure and engineering requirements, which at that time removed the Leisure Time Club from consideration. Next slide, please. The evaluation of the Leisure Time Club property specifically noted a major transmission water main to New Tecumseh and a major trunk storm culvert traverse through this site, both of which cannot be moved. Any construction on this site would be required to maintain a 6-meter and 4.5-meter offsets from the location of the water main and culvert infrastructure, respectively. Development of an arts center may also require reconstruction of Minnesota Street to replace sanitary sewers and water mains, which would result in substantial additional costs. Due to these conditions, any new construction would need to be limited to the footprint of the existing building on this site, which is approximately 11,000 square feet, and is insufficient for the requirements of an arts center. Further, the negative impacts of servicing of downtown Collingwood that would result from the development of an arts center on this site are too significant to allow. So next slide, please. So based on this, the shortlist was narrowed to 2 potential sites that both met the needs of the size, scope, and vision for the new arts center. These were the 48 St. Marie Street parking lot and the Collingwood Terminals redevelopment. While the initial intention of the phase 2 study was to recommend one final site, JIMO determined that both sites offered feasible, non-comparable approaches, and as such recommended that both be considered further in consultation with Streetcar, the town, stakeholders, and the public to determine which approach was preferred. Given this, staff recommended extending the consulting contract with Nordicity and JIMO to engage in additional site discussions with Streetcar and to facilitate further public consultation. And this recommendation was defeated by council in favor of focusing solely on the 48 St. Marie Street site or comparable downtown parking lot, again, if deemed necessary after further study. And so the direction was for staff to go report back to council with plans for proceeding to phase 3 of the project. And this was ratified at the April 17th, 2023 meeting. Next slide, please. In our current phase, these 3 downtown parking lots were evaluated further. And you'll recall the interim business case report was presented to council in July 2024 that removed the 140 St. Marie Street parking lot, the Eddie Bush parking lot, from consideration due to its high utilization rate as parking for the arena. And 2 treatments of 101 Pine Street, one including 84 here Ontario Street, were identified at that time as ideal, noting that they would support potential expansion, be in a central location, allow for multiple design solutions, and allow for open circulation at the entrances and lobby. Now, next slide, please. The direction from that report was to defer decision-making further until the downtown master plan was completed and until a prioritization and scope reduction exercise took place. These were completed in Q1 of 2025 and are foundational to the final location assessment and updated business plan that are nearing completion now. The steering committee is meeting this week and the final report is targeting for early June. That's the overview.
Okay. And
Does anybody want to move it? No, it's information.
so with this new information, does anybody want to continue to move this recommendation to continue with it? Councillor Doherty?
Thank you. I would not move the recommendation, but I would offer that to go back and consider the Leisure Time Club location after all of the information and all the study that we've already done is just a complete, honestly, waste of time. And we need to continue to move forward on this project. And I think that the reasons why the Leisure Time Club location would not be appropriate are quite succinct and not. I mean, you can't argue with the facts. So let's move forward.
Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's disappointing, but given the facts, I don't think anything we've considered so far is deemed to be workable in the downtown. So the other question I brought up, in addition to just a review, was the location, because the location was removed from the last entity for the consultant's report. So right now we're looking at square footage and modular versus and no locations. So my question at the time was adding locations and I guess this is through to the clerk because it didn't get added on to this update is I'd like to propose that we that council or committee have time to add potential locations. I thought Mr. Frost had an excellent suggestion at our deputation on the last time we had this on the agenda in attempting or attaching it to an educational institution of some kind. I think there's a couple of opportunities there. So what is the process? Because I know that our chair in former meetings has also asked, when are we going to decide on a location and what does that process look like? So.
Mayor Hamlin?
Yeah, I'm chairing that steering committee. And as Director Cubitt has mentioned, there's going to be a meeting this week with the final report coming to council a few weeks after that. And at that time, council will have an opportunity to see the proposal for the site that's being suggested. And if they don't like it, they'll have their options. But I think we're so close right now. If I can just say we can't, don't stop it now. I think there'll be some pretty upset steering committee members if we put it back to the drawing board. I think we're pretty close to the finish line, and we should see what the consultant comes up with. We haven't seen things yet ourselves, but I think we'd be well positioned to do that. Thank you.
So Mayor Hamlin, I'm going to pass the chair, I think, over to you, because I'm going to actually, and I'm going to move this. So I'll pass the chair to you.
Yeah, thank you. So did you want to, what did you want to do?
I'd like to, I'd like to move this from the BIA's perspective, and it was a good, fulsome discussion. So I would like to move this for this location to be considered.
Okay, thank you. Would there be a seconder for this? Deputy Mayor Fryer. Okay, discussion. Councillor Rain.
Thank you very much. This is more of a question through you to Director. Sorry. Cupid. I know the rationale you gave for that location, that location being Leisure Time Club. A couple questions. Why do we have to use the footprint of the existing building if we were going to use that property?
Through you, Chair.
Yes,
Mayor.
go ahead.
So it's my understanding that because of the infrastructure, the pipeline to New Tecumseh and the culverts underneath that location, the having to avoid those by 6 meters and 4.5 meters respectively for any new construction would limit you to what is currently there without substantially having to redo everything that's there.
I may have a...
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah, follow up. Yeah, I know. I'm over here.
I do remember your name.
Okay, good.
On the infrastructure, I know that the stormwater pipe or sewer that runs through there, the culvert actually, it runs north and south. Does it not run under the fire hall? How did we build the fire hall?
Through you, Mayor. Sorry, thank you. I'm certainly not the expert on this. I would need to defer back to engineering, but what I provide today is essentially the information that they provided us that helped the consultants at that time come up with these decisions.
I don't know. I can't see not. I don't know. It just seems like and I think the water main runs east and west. So you're just crossing it, I think, the Tecumseh water line. The new Tecumseh water line.
I could note that there are some diagrams included in that phase 2 report that are available on the Engage page, the project at Engage Collingwood.
I just like if it's completely out of the realm to even consider it, that's one thing, but I would support the motion, that the recommendation that's on there now for reconsideration of it anyways, and let's I just find it hard to believe that we got it. I'm sure it has to get under. You can't, because it comes out on the other side of the Ontario Street, in behind the where 180 Ontario Street development's going, and I don't know how we're gonna build around it either, because it's gonna be right over top of it too. So just wondering why we can do some in some spots and some we can't do in other spots. That's all.
Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. I'm continuing to look at Chair Potts and wondering why he's not acknowledging me. Anyway, I'm not an engineer and none of us are. And so when I, hear an engineering report of that magnitude, really, the number of reasons why the facility would not be appropriate for Leisure Time Club location, I just say, let's just, call it a day finally. But I did go back to the Nordicity study And in addition to the engineering reasons why that was not a good location, was because the original study established priority locations as being within the Heritage Conservation District or adjacent to the water. And that was how the Millennium Park project became evaluated, was because it was close to the water. But another reason why the Leisure Time Club was rejected was because it is not within the Heritage Conservation District. It is not even visually accessible from the Heritage Conservation District. Yeah, sorry. It's completely physically separated from the Heritage Conservation District and the Creative Simcoe Street. So, from the point of view of establishing a strong and symbiotic relationship with the creative district that we already have, that was another reason why it was rejected. And then finally, it was also rejected because there's a very active and vital senior center on that property, and it would be necessary for us to relocate it and replicate it someplace else. So again, I feel that it's been studied well, and we have a number of very expensive reports that we have reviewed, and I think that we should take those reports under advisement along with the work that the steering committee has undertaken and move forward. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I'm supportive of the motion. When I had similar thoughts of Councillor Ring, I have to think in major cities and throughout the world, I guess. You've got major infrastructure running underneath tall skyscrapers and those types of things. My thought at this point in time is they were trying to work without having to do any major protective work with the water and the wastewater culvert that run underneath. So I think we've heard there's concerns about all the different locations that have been put forward, and I just think that if this can be revisited. I understand what Councillor Dory is saying about the location is a little outside the district, but I know that the Heritage District is looking at an expansion too. So who knows what's going to happen in that regard. But I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Hamlin. I'm not in support of this motion, but I would like to know the facts, regardless in regard to the leisure time and the potential of moving forward. Most particularly, my understanding was there was a 30-year lease signed between the town and the leisure time. I'm not sure whether you're aware of this, but presumably under landlord and tenant or whatever, we'd have to buy them out, pay for the building, I would think, to demolish it, and for the remainder of whatever's left on a 30-year lease. So, and even then, after you did all that, in my opinion, you wouldn't be ending up with an optimal site. So for all those reasons, I would not support this, but I would like to know that if we did go down there, what are the costs of proceeding with that site to the town? Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Councillor Jeffrey. So I'm curious to you, Mayor Hamlin, as to how there would be a location attached to the next report, because committee and council very specifically pulled out having a location-specific proposal coming forward. It was to be a build. So I'm just wondering how that's moved along.
Yeah, I understand there's a recommendation coming from the consultant, which I'm not privy to at this time, as to their suggestion as to a preferred site. So, because I think we need some, I don't know, I haven't talked to them about it, but certainly we need some parameters. I'll talk to this in a minute, but do you have any follow-up? Yeah, go ahead.
I saw Director Cubitt put her hand up to maybe assist.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So just to clarify, it was our understanding as staff that the extension work that Colliers was directed to do, the additional $40,000 of work, was to do a reprioritization and a scope reduction exercise in accordance with a target budget that council set, and was to do so without that being tied to one specific site. However, there's still the work that Colliers was doing prior to that extension. They still have to complete that portion of the contract, which includes them coming to council with a location recommendation. So in completing the scope reduction, it was done without tied to one specific site. We're now working with a smaller footprint. And it does still allow council's currently approved recommendation of 48 St. Marie Street or comparable parking lot to be considered. The work that has been done still can very readily accommodate either of those locations, or yes, either of those two locations.
You have a follow-up?
I do. Thank you. So I guess I'm going to support it because I think out of all of them, it makes the most sense in terms of triangulating with what's going to happen at the terminals and what's going to happen. I just have had so much negative feedback in terms of the parking lots generally, not just one specifically, but the parking lots generally. And to do it independent from the parking study that's yet to come, that's on our plates for either later this year or maybe next year. I'm willing to go back and look at it because I have said to many people, I can't understand how cities and other municipalities can go over major underground infrastructure with their projects and we can't. And maybe it has something to do with cost. I don't know, but I'm willing to vote to go back to have one more look at leisure time.
Yes, Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mary Ellen. So on this recommendation, I have to admit this process has been the equivalent of like watching a hamster on a wheel. It's been like all over the place, back and forth. And from the BIA's perspective, looking, they did their survey, and the perceivement from the survey right away when they come out about their results of a multi-use and then the Arts Center, and maybe the question could have been asked differently. The BIA was not opposed and is not against having an arts center in the downtown area. It just has to be the proper location. And we talk about our parking struggles, and we talk about so many different things that, you know, and the surprises of how the sites, you know, appear, and, you know, they kind of get thrown around. In this case here, there was no, up until this update, there was no awareness that the Leisure Time Club to this term of council, or to myself anyways, was brought forward. And I think it's at this point, I think it's imperative that we do look at it to see, and if it is a bit of infrastructure relocation or however that works, what's the cost of the parking reconfiguration that we're going to have to put forward if that's the case. So I look at, you know, sending this back and having a look at it. I'm sure there's lots of agree and lots of disagree, but I think if I'm going to make a decision, I think it's important that I see that the Leisure Time Club is added to the list of things. So obviously I moved it, so I'll support it.
Okay, thank you. I'll just say, you know, to my mind, just to give you a broader perspective, you know, our community needs two things that this council, and I don't mean these particular people, but I'll say our council, has been unable to come to conclusion on over decades. The first one is an arts center, and the second one is a recreation center. And we have to move these forward from my perspective. And I am committed to moving them forward. I realize that, and I do agree with you, Councillor Potts, somehow this art center got off track and we've been going in some circles. But we are now within weeks of having it before us to make a decision. And if council says, no, we hate this, well, so that's where we'll be. But at the same time, we've got our steering committee set for the recreation center. And I have given some clear directions to staff about how I feel about how fast that has to move forward. Because in my view, there's no reason why both these projects can't be in a position where we can improve them and know where we're going within the next year. And I know with this art center, as soon as we give an approval, fundraising will start, and that will be on its way. And I have my own views about how we'll be able to get our rec center to go with some funding in hand. So I just think it's always easier to say, oh, not there. I know we have had lots of NIMBYism around these parking lots. And nobody has turned their mind yet that I've heard to, if it's in the Leisure Time Club, who is going to be complaining there? Well, I can tell you it's going to be all the residents up and down Minnesota Street who are going to see their road used as the main entranceway into that facility. And I can tell you that the NIMBYism around the two parking lots downtown are going to be nothing compared to what we're going to hear from the residents. But I just leave that with you for some consideration. I am not in support of adding another site in right now. I think we should wait to hear what our consultants are going to say. And if we're unhappy at that point, you know, the sky's the limit in terms of where this could go. No, we've already heard everything on this now. Okay, I'm going to bring this to a vote. All those in favor of this motion? And that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And those opposed? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, and it fails. Thank you. And I turn it back to you, Councillor Potts.
Thank you. Okay, 15.5.2, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Oh, that's right. As per the procedural bylaw, we need to make a motion to extend by 1 hour. Councillor Ring, Councillor Jeffries seconded. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. So 15.5.2, Deputy Mayor Fryer, Strong Mayor Powers.
Thank you, Chair Potts. We've had some earlier discussion touching on this subject. To begin with here, I would first fully agree with a significant comment made by Mr. O'Melia, our solicitor, who was on hand to assist Clerk Thomas with her excellent review at last week's training session. He described the Strong Mayor Powers legislation as poorly constructed. As well, we have heard of similar comments from some of the other stakeholders regarding the rolling out of legislation and the need for still further clarification as we go. I will reiterate that the forced by-election situation Clerk Thomas verified is a significant concern of mine. While I've been trying to understand what the intention of the province is when they provide the Strong Mayor Powers to Collingwood, I just don't see any clear or definitive reasoning. If Strong Mayor Powers are deemed to be necessary to further provincial policy on certain initiatives, then why would it be optional for a mayor? We are aware of some mayors who have chosen to initially delegate back to council the powers, which it appears to me that one of the reasons that this is done is because they know the delegation can be rescinded at any time if they determine it necessary. I've stated before that I'm not aware of any instances of delay over our 2.5 years. This council has emphatically demonstrated a willingness to move appropriate housing development through as quickly as possible. So based on my understanding of key areas of concern, such as I have here, this matter is just more than just complicated and convoluted. The only avenue I see available to me to try to remove or reduce the concerns that I have is to respectfully ask through you, Chair, if I may, Mayor Hamlin, are you considering in any way to delegate back to council the powers?
Go ahead, Mayor Hamlin.
I haven't turned my mind to that at all, to tell the truth. It hasn't come up as anything I needed to think about, quite frankly. I haven't thought of using the powers or not using them. I have today said I wanted, there's only a few powers that can be delegated back. They're not all of them. So today I've advised the clerk, I do want to delegate the power around organization of municipal structures to the CAO, which I'm allowed to do. And I've also advised her I wanted to delegate the power to deal with, I think I'll just call it this, hiring and firing of department heads back to the CAO. Because those are two things that I think right away should be CAO duties. But I'm actually, there's only a few things that can be delegated. And honestly, I can't find it now that I'm looking. But as I said earlier in this meeting, I can see today the province has introduced a lot of legislation that will require municipalities to move quickly to approve housing, employment, infrastructure. And I am sure this is why these strong mayor powers have been rolled out now. So knowing how important the province is to our funding and to our grants and so on, I am not of a mind to say no thank you to powers that have been extended just because I'm being asked. So I don't, as I say, I don't have any plans to use them, but I'm not about to throw it back in the province's face and say, oh, you made a mistake. You shouldn't have given me these powers. You shouldn't have extended these powers to some, I don't know what it is, 220 municipalities in the province. I'm not prepared to say that to the province. They have made this decision. That's their decision to make. There's no ability in the legislation for anyone to say no, thank you. No. It doesn't, I'm not allowed to give them up. I know if I don't do anything with the budget, there's 30 days council can step up, but we don't need to do that. On the budget, staff's going to prepare the budget. It's going to come forward. We're going to talk about it. We're going to have a process that staff's working on right now. I haven't seen it yet. I'm not thinking the sky's falling, and I'm not going to take any preemptive points to get the province cross. So that's where I stand on it. Thank you.
Paul, my question was not about going to the province. There's no reason to go to the province. This is about getting an understanding amongst us. And as I say, trying to understand if the convolution and complication that this matter is thrown to us, if I can take a step back about it, because the powers that I think are important, and one of them you mentioned was budget, are delegated, then I'm less concerned about it. I appreciate you explaining to us what you have already initiated, and I guess that would be my follow-up question to you. Would you delegate the budget power back?
I haven't turned my mind to this, as I've said to you. These powers have been here for 12 days. I'm a very busy mayor. This is not an issue for me. And I don't know what's coming in this new legislation. What if everyone here says no more housing? I'm, and I know that's not likely going to be the case, but why are you putting me on the spot like this? The province has said, these are the powers. These powers are going to 220 mayors, and that's it. I don't have to say anything to you tonight or to anybody. If the province changes the legislation, we'll deal with it then. But I have not turned my mind to this. I am not going to holus bolus say these are not powers that are available to me, because I have no desire to say to the province, you shouldn't have done this. And that, to me, is the message you're asking me to send. And I'm not prepared to send that message to the province.
Again, as follow-up as I may, I don't believe I'm saying that, because the province gives the option to you. So this is just a matter about discussion at our table and only our table. I mean, they've given the option for the powers to be delegated. So I was hoping not to offend you, Mayor Hamlin, and I tried not to. It was just simply to ask about consideration, and you had indicated to me that you already had considered and made some moves. So I was pleased to hear that. So at this point in time, I'm acceptive of what you've said, that you realize that you've already made some decisions and you've informed us of that, and that you're going to be looking at it as you go because you're learning as you go. And I understand that. But as I said, I was trying to do it respectfully and not to make you feel like I was trying to put you on the spot. And I apologize for that.
So I think at this point, Clerk Almus, you got your card here. Go ahead.
Thank you. Further to my presentation, there are very specific powers that what can be delegated and what can't be delegated. And I'm going to have to go back to look at the budget specific, but I don't know if the budget is one of them. So I will, I see the treasurer has her hand up. She's recently attended one of those. So I would appreciate her insight.
Go ahead, Treasurer Graham.
Thank you, Clerk Almus. Thank you, Chair Potts, through you to Clerk Almus and the rest of council. So I did attend the MFOA presentation last week. Again, I'm still doing further research, but the mayor cannot delegate any authority over the budget. What a lot of municipalities are doing, though, is still having a staff directed budget come forward. So the process won't change significantly. We'll still do all of the work. We're in phase 1 right now. We're discussing with department heads tomorrow. Clerk Almus and myself are also meeting to talk about the strong mayor powers and setting up a meeting with Mayor Hamlin on how that looks. But what would happen is the head of council would table the budget by February 1st. If that didn't happen, then it would default back to council. But again, the mayor can still direct staff to prepare the budget as we do typically, but she can't do the full authority back to, she can't delegate the authority unless she lets the February 1st deadline lapse, which hopefully from a staff perspective, we enjoy getting our budget approved before February 1st so we can, get the ground running for the next year.
Okay. Quick follow-up. Sure.
We already have heard from Mayor Hamlin today that she has done that. So that removes my other question then about the budget. So she's informed us now that she's made some other changes and I'm happy with what I've heard. So again, through you, Chair, I'll say to Mayor Hamlin, I was not trying to be putting you on the spot. I was just simply asking about the consideration, and it sounds to me like that was already a yes. So I'm fine with that.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So yeah, I think this has been a good conversation and education because I don't think council can operate in the absence of information or in a void. But with respect to the budget, one concern I didn't get to the clerk today that I did want to before the meeting, but I'm doing this without having talked to the clerk. I'm concerned with the email I got today about meeting in groups of 2 with the mayor to go over the budget, because I think that's moving the budget process outside of the public realm. So I wanted to ask about if there was any concern with that, because my intention would not be, I would want to do my budget discussions in the public realm.
I think I need to clarify the email that I sent.
Go ahead, Mary Ellen.
The email I thought I sent was not to go over the budget because we don't have a budget yet. The email I sent was in the next week or 2, if council members would like to meet with me individually or in groups, to review what the strong mayor powers are and their concerns, whatever, and also if they have any preliminary thoughts about the budget. Nobody has to meet with me. They're not budget meetings. They're just me reaching out saying, if you want to talk, I'm here.
Thank you for that. And you're good with that?
Thank you.
Okay. Any other business? I do have one item that's come to mind, and maybe Director Kubik can help me with this. But I know how much we're proud of the display of our Pride crosswalk, and I'm looking at potentially notice of motion. But has there been any discussion or thought about a crosswalk for our veterans? And I'm thinking over somewhere in the museum area, kind of to kind of have a little bit of have a display there for our local veterans. Please, thanks.
Thank you. That is not something that I've been involved in any discussions about. I'm not familiar if that is a standard that you might see in other communities. If it's your direction, we could certainly look into opportunities.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. There are a number of communities, I believe, across Ontario and probably the country that do it, and I just figured that it was something that, given everything that's been going on the last while and with our country, and certainly the recognition of our local vets and vets abroad, that would be something that we could maybe consider. So I'll make that part of a notice of motion to look into that. So with that being said, moving on to notice of motions. Anyone have any notice of motions? So I have two, and I will work with staff offline to get the proper wording for the next one. So the first notice of motion was from my earlier comments on the Dawson Drive, looking at temporary traffic calming measures in the waiting period of the master, I guess, transportation plan, and I don't know if I need to include, because I think we're already talking about Cranberry Trail East, but for sure Dawson Drive. So that'll be one notice of motion. And obviously the second notice of motion would be for staff. And again, I'll get the proper wording on the potential of a veterans crosswalk installed in Collingwood. It's with no identified location at this point. So I'll work with staff offline on that. So no other notice of motions. So then that takes me to 15.8, rise from committee of the whole. So a motion to rise from committee of the whole. The council herein rise from committee of the whole and return to the regular council meeting. Councillor Baines, Councillor Doherty, is there something comical? All those in favor? Unanimous. Over to you, Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you, Chair Potts. The confirmatory bylaw is this one, that bylaw number 2025-043, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held May 12, 2025, be enacted and passed this 12th day of May, 2025. I need a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Doherty, seconded by Councillor McCulloch. All those in favor? That's great. Thank you. And an adjournment is from Councillor Jeffrey. Thank you. And thanks, everyone. Good night. Pardon?
All those in favor.
Oh, all those in favor. I always forget the voting on the adjournment. Thanks. That's it. All in favor. It was unanimous.